So the truck in front of you all come do the same end because you're all confusing me. So if you want to just switch the side, that isn't looking right this way. You have to win this thing, alright? The person's on this truck there, you want the green on this side, the left side. You and you all, you want the green on this side, you gotta look nice, you in the uniform. And the white in the middle, decent, music.
We come from the Grenada
the first vice president. Wishing everybody a happy birthday, right? Let's happy birthday to everybody.
Mr. Mark, we see you. Mr. Mark, we see you. Come on down and join the band. No forward, people. Keep moving. Follow instructions. Right after the corner. So let's get the jackets out. Let's get the shields out. Let's get the defenders out. Because the first tracking point is soon coming up. CWU, we need a free room. Come on, let's go. Don't stop the problem. Let's move.
I come from the island. I'm so proud to call you my.
Can we hang out the placard? Let's keep moving as you hand out the placard. Let's keep moving. Don't stop. Your life depends on it.
I know one way it's gonna love, but sometimes I keep me waiting. She said she only lover, she only friend. We make our way, but I had a dream. Wake up and I wake up up. Soon as everything comes to me, so I know what I do right here.
On the look up, oh!
Tell me what I do wrong again.
On the sun, they gonna on the look up, standing!
Is it necessary to have so much soldiers in this small country?
And let's sing it. Sing it out.
Necessary to shine soldier to be shot.
And
But she give me pain, and me hope I keep feeling better than her. She give me one injection in my midsection, I didn't have to pay. Then she give me something and then me swallow fever one right away. One injection in my midsection, I didn't have to pay. Then she give me something and then me swallow fever one right away. Hey, when you coming back? Santa, when you coming to give me medicine?
Is it necessary to have so much soldiers in this small country?
Good morning to the judges, PW.
Is it necessary to shine soldier books, get taxpayers' money? Unemployment high, and the treasury low, and the buying
We're looking good.
I see them books, on the feet of the trigger, and the rings, I see them books.
amazing, all look outstanding. Trust me, all of you.
Finally you reach. You don't have a ring that gets in camera. But a man and a man and a man and a man and a man get some that shit now. But a man and a man and a man and a man and a man get show me the thing now. But a man and a man and a man and a man and a man get some that shit now. But a man and a man and a man and a man and a man get show me the thing now.
When I get this feeling is crushable. Let me start it back around.
One, two. Spread some good money to everybody! Well, we back and we back again. We back and we back again. All right.
Alright people, I have an unprecedented. It's not one time again. And with this said we're going to mash up the place again. Alright? But before we do that, we had a member that is
anymore, you know, you guys passed away. Alright? You guys know what I'm talking about, Josh. Alright, okay? So, at this moment before we leave, I'd like to have a moment of silence for that young man. May his soul rest in peace. Alright? So you know if he was here, Master would play. Only know that? Alright, but it's alright. He's in the safe hands, and where he is, nobody can do nothing. So my DJ, right about now we reach a judging point. So give me the best set of groovy songs you have at the moment. We're tripping right about now. Let me go, DJ. Give me the best set of groovy songs at the moment. That's right. That is what I'm talking about. It is our day. Ladies!
See my exit on you, man.
That's right.
Finish you, man. Inside the session. I take it in a van. She put that shit on. Winding up on you, man. I think I gave her down.
Your body. Hey! The day you leave me. Yeah. The day you leave me. I started to see my way. When you were. Let me see you two hands in the air. Let me see you hands in the air. Was a blessing. Hold on, man. your father. The day you leave me, yeah, the day you leave, I started to see my way. When you hurt me, I went away. What I thought was a tragedy was a blessing. Even your belief was a blessing. A blessing. I'm feeling so blessed. Oh yes, when you leave was a blessing. A blessing. Hey, hands up high. I went in low. I got you go. Hands up high. I went in low.
See so big I would see it from the front. Girl, you have it, girl, you have it, girl, you have it, girl, you have it. She could teach the people, man, if that's what she wants. Girl, you have it, girl, you have it, girl, you have it, girl, you have it. She put on a show anytime I come out.
Alright, people. I couldn't believe I just get to the news that was a certain point on there. Nobody didn't tell me nothing. Nobody didn't tell me nothing. I didn't know that was a judging point. What do you want to do? We can't go back?
See so big I can see it from the front.
We can't go. We didn't know.
Girl, you have it, girl, you have it, girl, you have it, girl, you have it. Cabam see so big I would see it from the front. Girl, you have it, girl, you have it, girl, you have it, girl, you have it. She could teach the people, man, if that's what she wants. Girl, you have it, girl, you have it, girl, you have it, girl, you have it. She put on a show anytime she come out. Girl, you have it, girl, you have it, girl, you have it, girl, you have it. When you wind down, you just wind it up, I'm not needing that kind of wine. So someone you feel like that is transformed. Yeah, the thing you can drop it on one side, kick it up on the two side, you cut it up on the third side, then wind it up on the fourth side. Cause you have the thing on real bad, push it back on a real hard. If you really do it bad, I'm so big I can see it from the front. I love it, I love it, I love it.
Starting from a distance, pull down the dead world. That's my grand. I tell you they can't stop our brain. Remember, you will teach us continue to defend workers' rights. And we fight against inflation, contract employment, poor working conditions, and workplace bullying. Together, as trade unions, we collaborate on matters of dire importance to build solidarity by laying bricks of integrity, of fairness, of trust, of tolerance, of equity and unity. United, we forge ahead to enhance workers' rights. Long live the Green Union teachers. Long live the trade union movement. teachers continue to defend workers' rights as we fight against inflation, contract employment, poor working conditions, and workplace bullying. Together, as trade unions, we collaborate on matters of dire importance to rebuild solidarity by laying bricks of integrity, bricks of fairness, bricks of trust, bricks of tolerance, bricks of equity and unity. Uniting, we fought ahead to enhance workers' rights. Long live the Grenada Union of Teachers. Long live the trade union movement. When we're on the judging point and we're reading, we can put the flags up. We can put them up. Put them up. Put them up. We just put the black guys up, teacher. Give us a wave.
I come to party to free up my body. Come to.
If you look it up,
Welcome to
this is the Grenada Union of Teachers. Whistle! If you have a whistle, do something. Let the judges hear what we have behind them.
I just want to
Where the whistles?
I don't know what to do.
Yeah, man.
I come to party to free up my body. Come to party to wind up on a pussy. You come to party, I know you looking sexy. We come to party, we body feeling hot.
We're going down the road. We're heading to the Austin Short Park in Victoria. Yes. How you looking on? The judging is familiar. This is the Grenada Union of Teachers. And we're heading to Victoria. In Grenada.
See my new man, feel like she new bird. We inside the session, party kicking up hard. She put up, she do one, whining back on the man. You think I gave her down? You're mad. The day you leave me, the day you leave
me. Behind the truck, all you look grateful, all you looking good.
I went away, what I told you.
Rehydrate yourself.
What a blessing. I'm feeling so blessed, oh yes. When you leave us, I'm blessed, yeah. I'm blessed, hands up high.
Rehydrate yourself.
I'm glad you go. Like I never happy before. Hands up high. I'm winding low. Wait, I'm glad you go. I don't want to know more. I'm just a stranger.
Remember,
in a crowded place.
the fight continues against victimization and oppression of workers. We say no to all of this.
This is not the time to be alone. This is the time.
And the Grenada Union of Teachers, we don't play. We don't play around with workers.
you know, we turn in and messengers is there on the right hand side, okay? All the placards, on everything. I want to see everything up in there. Okay, the banners. And see, maybe showing them what the real frontline workers look like, alright? We're going to take all the C inside of them today, alright? So we get ready. No product, no greeting, alright? We are the voice of the cement and waterfront workers union. And in 2025 we say, no peace.
I was in his back already.
Like you
the front, go down, see the front, go down. Stand up. Hold on. This is the struggles we are accustomed to this struggle. Alright? From pulling barbed wire in the 18s, we are accustomed to these struggles, okay? The boys of the cement and waterfront workers union, we are accustomed with all these struggles. But with unity, we stand strong, alright? So we go unify. Turn it up.
I don't want to know more. Hey! Hold on. Let me come back to the back of the truck now. Hey! Boy! Keep the mirror now! We bombs in so. Right up to this. When the black cats are them in the sky, keep them in the sky. RDJ. Jump on the road.
I want to see a play the get some. I want to see everybody put their flags and their hands in the air. Every time alright, stop. You guys, hold on. I want you guys to stay.
Ready? Let me line up here and the truck and go down the road again. Yeah, in the back of the truck, let me go. Down the road now. Let me go.
So we are the church in voice from down. Hold on, only the bar going in front. Only the bar going in front. So now we're going to come in. You guys stay right here, sir. Stay right here. So we get a nice right. So you have a flag. Flashing into the right. You understand? Me? You ready for me? Let me go. Everybody now. Let me go. Say, Baba Babu. Hey. Baba Babu, Lord. What we doing? Say, see my exit on you, man. Put them up. Hold on, you guys stay here. Stay right here. Don't move. Don't in front of them. Don't move. Baba Babu. What's it up? Hold on. Right again.
See my exit on you, man.
Hey.
Feel like she new burn.
Hey.
Inside the session. Party kicking up hard. She put up, she do one.
Roll down.
Why them back on the man?
Roll down.
You think I give a damn?
What we doing? Idea.
I started to see my way. When you left me, I went away. What I thought was a church.
So here we go. Hey, what's that blessing? Hold on. Play the body. Hold on. Play the body. Let me go again. So once you have a flag, a rag, a black cap in the air from the up here. Put them up. I tell them.
See my exit on you, man.
Let me go. See that she you, man. Hey.
Inside the session. Party kicking up hard. She put up, she do one.
Tree.
Winding back on the man.
Let me to the right.
Father.
Let me to the right. Hey. Idea. What we do?
I started to see my way.
Put them up. Hey.
When you left me, I went away.
If you don't get to enjoy yourself today, so say, what's up? Well,
Even your candy was a blessing. I'm blessed. I'm feeling so blessed. Oh yes. When you leave us out,
we are told.
I'm blessed.
We have to make trouble today. Hey,
Why you know?
say,
I don't know. Let me go. Can't fall before my sunlight. Why you know? I can't go.
he never got away.
All of the good, like I start elevate. I'm body it, I know it. Life is straight and great like you was doing. So glad I go cause it. Hey, on my right hand, have you get on my body? Not cause I guess I stayed there, not last to stay.
So we say,
I started to see my way. When you hurt me, I went away. What I thought was a tragedy was a blessing. Beating up and leave was a blessing. I'm feeling so blessed. Oh yes, when you leave was a blessing.
no good, right? We must say. Everybody know, we're tipping on the right nights and everybody know, let me know. So we don't wait.
While taking a walk, me and my baby. Biggie, guess what mobile looking from a kitchen? Hey! She then turned and said to me, looking for Mr. Happy, who does party every night. He and his wife decided to be fight. No, it's none of my business.
We know this one and they go on, but we go ahead and have it still.
I just can't resist. From the scenes, I just catch my key.
Hey! Hey! Everybody know. So we go with
Messi, it's a cafe. Cabece, un cabeye. Baby, pise, un cagade. Le voy marche, un cabeye.
If you want me to be alive right now, I want to see you move a little bit. There we go.
see them busy as to the sea. 2020 vision, see them coming in from afar. Be on your feet and feel strong, no James C. Rasta. All kind of fishy day, going and Malawi, hold on see. Me the easy of me. Holy lady run a race on the school back. Play the samba along your knee just like Baba. When the music hits you, man, just like oh what. Give me a little melody and it's yum yum. Everybody calling it the accordion. Oh, give me this boy. Hey! Do your music control the quick time. Watch them just like balancing. See your next one comes back in his skirt. And then man, I'm watching the white dog. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. What she think, bro?
She said, let me get up to you. She said, just relax, I wanna give it to you.
Oh, you got shoot him, shoot him.
She said, take it easy, I will do.
Get there. Wind up your side. Yeah.
Wind up your side. She said, take it easy, I will do.
Yeah.
You don't have to.
What you think?
Wind up your side.
People party and the venue.
Jumping up in the summer, move ever to the West Indies. Grenada, so much like this. No much like this. Jumping up in the summer, move ever to the West Indies. Grenada, so much like this.
What's in my way?
We just play some bad job, and we just play some bad job. We just play some bad job, and we just play some bad job. We just play some bad job, and we just play some bad job. We just play some, and we just play. When women do play the job, make sure you walk with your lad. Cause you know you get it done. I'm telling you real bad. We don't want to skin no teeth. Grab a chair and start to shoot. Get the item made in it. Cause when you see we head get bad, y'all get work hard and job things like that. Okay. From get this, just one that is and dig some one repeat. We just play some bad job and we just play some bad job. We just play some bad job and we just play some bad job. We just play some bad job and we just play some bad job.
I wonder if anybody know the next song, boy.
And we just play the glass food, back up it that. The rivers, back up it that. The glass jar, back up it that.
I know this one kind of hot, you know. What is it now?
Right back, I tell you, get them the back up. Get them the back up dance. Get them the back up. Get them the back up dance. Get them the back up. Get them the back up dance. Get them the back up. Get them the back up dance. You push your weight back and you make your shoulders drop. You move up your foot like you're fighting to war. You do it on the spot and you do the thing hard. Know you get the vibes and you know the thing shot. Boy, I like to move it. You like to move it. Come let we move it. Come let we move it. I like to move it. You like to move it. Come let we move it. Come let we move it. That's good. Back up in that. The rivers, back up in that. The glass jar, back up in that. No back ahead, push right back. Go tell the road that I'm coming down. I can't make a U-turn. I beat so much road like on the A40. I buy my costume already. Oh, they know me already. I'm a pocket full of dead faces. I don't come here to query. Since last year already. Tell the road I'm coming for revenge. So tell the road I'm coming. I tell me road I'm coming.
So the people in front of the truck, just give us a little space. Let me climb the hill, please. The people right in front of the truck,
go tell the road.
just give us a little space.
I can't make a U-turn. I beat so much road like on the A40.
The people at the back, I'll give it a little distance.
You know me already. I'm a pocket full of dead.
Let me climb the hill nice and safe, right?
I don't come here to query. Since last year already. Tell the road I'm coming for revenge. So tell the road I'm coming. I take me road I'm coming. I hit the road I'm coming. And you can find me anyway.
So
You find me anywhere. So can I win it on again? I went in one of the Supreme Carnival. And when I see the woman get on like a man. And I go to the type of person.
What's your name? We're on the road with Tower today.
I don't want to be ready. So let them know. If this is wrong, I don't want to
Best you than a rum tongue. No.
feel so good.
Alright.
When you're in the party, you pass shooting. I've been on the road from since shooting. This reality feels like a movie. And I don't want to wake up if I'm dreaming. I'm like a costume already. All they know me already. I'm a pocket full of my dead faces. I don't come here to wear those. Let's get that already. Tell the road I'm coming for revenge.
So tell you.
Road I'm coming. Tell the road I'm coming. I take me road I'm coming. I hit the road I'm coming.
All week you're walking. You see today? So tell. You walk out all week, whole year. You get wanted to enjoy yourself. What you gonna do?
I'm telling you, all work and no play, me say, no way. We don't want no part of that. I need a stress reliever. 2 drinks in my hand and a girl in the middle. Like the community to find the middle. For the sake of peace of mind, so the middle of the world is where you'll find me and my friend.
So we take. see others here who happy to be alive today. Who happy to see today. What's going to wake you up and bring you here this morning? Let me tell you this.
God was a friend, I'm lucky like that. Coming on the life like taking out the ground. One with your business in the right side. One with your business in the right side. God was a friend, I'm lucky.
What's you happy to be alive today?
Like taking out the ground. One with your business in the right side.
Tell me one thing.
Lucky for you, my friend.
I love God. Hey!
I'm drinking a God was a friend, I'm lucky like that. Coming on the life like
we are doing with toast and some system. Selector J Boy.
one with your business in the right side. God was a friend, I'm lucky like that. Coming on the life like taking out the ground. One with your business in the right side. Well, I don't have time to leave. Lucky for you, my friend. I in a good spirit. I drink in a good spirit. The vibe right up to the limit. So don't hold me down. Don't fight me down. Yeah, yeah, in good spirit. I drink in a good spirit. The vibe ain't causing a minute. So don't hold me down.
Don't fight me now.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. My friend, I'm gonna tell you about it. Good people, it's good people. We only want love.
Don't stop with the rushing.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Take me time on the box.
I'm gonna tell you about it. Good people, it's good people. We only want love. Well, everyone make their choices. I say we make sacrifices. We block out the noises. We have to forget the voice.
So, one day we go.
You don't have to fake it. I give you my best. I give you the chain of my neck. I give you my love and respect. So I hear the story.
Are you
Like me.
what?
Like I know you something. Like I know you something. When I hear the show, don't you vex with me. Like I know the wrong thing. Like I know you something. Oh, that's a good thing. I know the good spirit. I drink in a good spirit. The vibes right up to the limit. So don't hold me down. Don't fight me down. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Good spirit.
We take time at Mount God of Victoria.
The vibes ain't causing a minute. So don't hold me down. 'Cause I believe in the truth. And I just wanna live good. I don't want no dirty secrets fighting me and you.
One day, I call
But
on
only
me.
try one God at a
When
time.
I play greedy.
But I still want to. But I still want to.
Boss.
'Cause everything is balance. Right through life, what we want is balance. Be a good wife for your needs is balance. Bend down, touch your toe and balance. Oh no, and balance. Love comes from a place where we don't get jealous. And we don't live like no dream sellers. I say we keeping it real. I'm telling you like it is. I'll be there for you with anything you're facing. I'll be your sunlight when it's raining. Stay together and be going places. Yeah, yeah. I'll be by your side no matter the case. We have a one-way ticket to greatness. Greatness. Girl, I don't want to lie. 'Cause I believe in the truth. And I just wanna live good. I don't want no dirty secrets fighting me and you, boy. I can only drive one car at a time. But I still want to. But I still
Let me go again, come on.
She said, take it easy, I will do the work. You don't have to wind up yourself. You don't have to wind up yourself. She said, take it easy, I will do the work. You don't have to wind up yourself. You don't have to wind up yourself. And then she bubble and she bubble and she bubble and wine. Push back. Is the greatest man, oh. Push back. Roll your waist and bend, oh. Push back. Oh, Miss Lady, she bubble and she bubble and she bubble and wine. Push back. Give me the greatest man, oh. Push back. You are the wicked.
Are we boxing nicely?
When I'm feeling under the weather, you just make me feel sweet. I see cocoa tea, you see sugar, and together we are complete, darling. Heat me up. Only you alone can put fire back in the soul. Heat me up. And me telling me I should leave that fire alone. Well, the more they tell me, the more I'm holding you close. I could never let you go.
Miss how she.
Girl, I'm coming home, I will see you again. All day through the night, I'm dreaming. Yeah, Miss how she when you turn it up, make it smooth, my darling. When outside is pouring rain, put a button on the fire. Bubbling, you're bubbling, you're bubbling, it's over. Raise the temperature higher. Coming in, you're coming in, you're coming in closer. Hear me now. I never bad mind nobody yet. I never fight down nobody now. I I never try to nobody bread. That is not in my nature, no, no, no. I never see people with them things and vex them habits, especially when they work hard for it. But it have some people, as soon as they walk for your door, they put a stumbling block in your road, your road, your road, your road, your road, your road. They practice evil, they think we don't know. And some of them close, they close, they close, they close to you. I'm telling you, enemies on the borderline. We not blind, we don't stop them long, long time. Yes, enemies on the borderline. Enemies on the borderline. So now we want, so remove yourself. We don't want to friends from them. We don't want to friends from them. We don't want to friends from them, from them, from them. So remove yourself. We don't want to friends from them. We don't want to friends from them. We don't want to friends from them, from them, from them. I'm a happy place in my life, and it can't take. And I just come up here to do right. What? So whether day or night, I will live by it. I'm a happy place everywhere I go. I'm a happy place, live by it. I'm a happy place everywhere I go. I'm a happy place. So when you see me rocking with my friends, it's just a love, it's just a vibe, so the end. And when you see me rocking by myself, tell them it's so fast, pretend for me, tell them. And when you see the liquor in me head, we live my life like it's no problem. And anybody who fight with me, tell them me only a love for them, that's why I will never ever change. I'm a happy place everywhere I go. I'm a happy place, never ever change.
Somebody have to rub on today. When I told them, one more.
I go bring my friends and bring your friends, and we friends we all like together. Just decide me, bounce we like in this place alright, right here in the back. Yeah, we go take a licky, take a licky, take a licky. It's right price and we keep the line right here in the back. Yeah, go straight in the kitchen, grab a pot and then start mixing your hair. Every backyard must have one and we back. Someone who will give the order to the youth, how shoes and safety tips. So when you wind on low, you can break your hip. We don't need no big promoter. The members will be responsible. So when you see the police, tell them to get something to eat right now in the back. Yeah. We gon' ting a licky, ting a licky, ting a licky. It's right price and we keep the lion right here in the back. Hey, go straight in the kitchen, grab a pot and then start eating your hair. When we are, most of my wine, all girl to show off the bumper. Go down, start wine, and go let the girls behind. Yeah. Hey,
nobody. Don't care about nobody. I just turn up the vibe, don't stop. And everybody, let us going crazy. With my hand in the air, rubbing my head. Why not doing it? Till from you wake up this morning, you know it all. From you wake up this morning, you know it all. Watch out, Jaja. Here we love our life now. Everywhere is fine now. Oh, I say watch out, Jaja. Bring woman so nice. Woman good I am. Inside a woman in front, so go down and walk up. She lives at Katan and mind till she body can wind up come on. Cause life is short and tomorrow not sure, so I live like it's my last. Oh, drinks in me and now. Jump up and wave with the plan now. Just up and girl with the man now. Whoa, cause the things so sweet. Yeah. Sometimes I feel like I don't wanna go home no. Cause the things so sweet. Yeah. Sometimes I feel like I don't wanna leave. Oh no.
Going with the buffet, me girl call her like if I leave home. Well, I tell she a real close. Girl, I almost did. All inclusive fest, get done like her real vibes. This crowd here gon' be real nice. She can't find me ticket. I done by the door. Realize I have to pay more. I have to get seen because the fest not missing me. It's not missing me. I want to go big people party, make the music take over me. I want to rock up all day, all day. I want to wind up all day, all day. I want big people party, a liquor up inside me. I want to rock up all day, all day. I want to wind up all day. Get back on a real high and a real tight. Got some boy, got some boy. And a real high and a real tight. Got some boy, got some boy. Got some my girl come and hold it like pressure on chain. We go break with the company girl and come in. Big that bumper rolling, bring things to say, girl, give me harder. So we right down now, give me faster. Be whining, be chipping, make room, give me a little. I want by the door. Yes, I have to pay more. But no one can see. I go to the scene. I have to get it. I want to go big people party, make the music take over me. When we reach Fest, it's all over. Crumbs on carpets, girls all over. Don't test me all over, don't test me all over, don't test me all over, don't test me. I don't get up here in the way. I hold on a girl and say, the alcohol is my head. I'm not here for it. I don't get up here in the way. I hold on a girl and say, the alcohol is my head. I'm not here for it. Couldn't come home again, like I ain't gonna call me again. You know me again. Fall in love with my ex-girlfriend. How because I'm a rum and them girls take off clothes and run boyfriend. How because of the past. We run in the glass, come in, rough like first class. When we reach Fest, place all over. Crumbs on carpets, girls all over. Don't test me all over, don't test me all over, don't test me all over. Love on this girl, body right and I like it. Tell you my time, baby. Wine on it, don't you like it? Think of it, riding it. Take a drink where we are going. Come up and never done no. Get a no plus no gun no. I tell you I'm hiding it. I got plans for it. Baby, let's hit the road. We have the feeling good. Loving you, girl, is all I do. I got plans for it. The mask will never come. Because you ain't looking alright. When I hold on down, girl, you get love in the vibes while I'm loving you. From the first time you met at your eyes, girl, it's love for you. Why I did what you would do with me, drinking and taking a load with me, watching my taking my soul with me. Right now it's right, that's just fitting you right. Hey, hey! Oh yeah, we go until daylight. We get to right,
So what do I do from 2 lines?
we get to high. You can party right and I like it.
2 lines, please.
Why don't you talk to like this? Such a big party.
We going again.
We are going. Turn up and never turn down. Kill a drum plus my gun down. I tell you I'm high.
You was my friend, you know how to pretend. What kind of thing is this? You're talking my business. I don't need enemy. If you're doing that to me, saying you have my back, but you eating me like shaft. Some people eat razor blade. Careful with them razor blade. Oh yeah. Some people eat razor blade. What am I doing? Careful with them razor blade. They got in on the both side. 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 Life is hard. It's a struggle. I need someone I could talk to. You're telling me what people say, only negative, but you're doing it the same way. I thought you want my looks. You're kicking me with your boots. That's why you're living real. Praise God, I'm standing still. The money you borrow me, you're telling everybody the things I do for you. You forget to tell them to. Some people it's razor blade. Careful with them razor blade. Some people it's razor blade. Careful with them razor blade.
It's the same thing why they don't want to invite all these friends. Why? Because once that I run and all they just stay up the place. See what you doing out there?
We
Leaving you to go out and roam. But I might like you, man, mister. And you really never know on this river. I don't want to get the way you do, but you must know I'm good back to. I don't want to take no fight. I just want to party tonight, tonight. I'm feeling so party, party. Tonight, I'm feeling so party, party. Party tonight, party tonight. Temperature rising high like a but guys, temperature high like just let it go. And then gradually let it go. I want to go and the dancing floor. Please accept my apology. Cause tonight belongs to me. So tonight I'm feeling so party, party. Tonight I'm feeling so
Stay right. On the home to start the first string. Yeah. Then we do it nice. We're getting ready for this that final judging point. Can you stay right? Don't move. Right? Yeah. Hola. Look for the wheels, Khalifa. One. So we maintaining 2 straight lines to the back of the truck, please, and thank you everybody. Very straight lines, real straight, right?
2 lines, please.
Yeah, Charlie, I'm going to let me truck a bit, yeah. Alright. Yeah. Go right in, bro. We're maintaining 2 straight lines, and we're going down to the judging point, right? But in the meantime, before we reach the judges, I'm gonna play one song for everybody in the bar right now. We're gonna play that tune. Don't that tune for me on the left hand side of the deck. Play. First please. Roll it ready. Roll the placards on the ready. Hey! Okay, bro. Hold on there. Put the placards on the sky right now. Put it in the sky. Hey! Every time I'm about to come up, we say what's the name calling. Put them in here. Placards in here. Can you roll on the road? When I get back in the like everybody in this one. Everybody let me check Pull up the tree. Play it on it, play it on it. Hold the black cats and them up in the sky. Hold them up in the sky before them be run so. I'm standing on a platform. This is what we say. We say we don't want no opposition, but fuck you all the way. You see that? What's it up, black cats? Start reading about Anisha. Hold the back. This is our David. Start doing the defending.
Just give me permission.
So give me the next tune, man. I consider you family. Yeah. You are more than my family. Oh God, I say Father thank God for giving me the time. People wicked, they nothing, they nothing bad. Father thank you for showing me the light. Humans wicked, they nothing, they nothing bad. So let me the finger. You want it for the same set of friends, the same set of them. Human beings are so damn busy. Watch them, they want to do good, but they got better than them. They will pretend like they are me, but they don't come up when you win, when you win. Oh, oh, Father, you know that they for sure. People wicked, they nasty, they nothing bad. Father, thank judging point, I want to raise on the flag. I want to wave a flag for the struggle in life. Ready? Everybody wave something, wave something, wave something, wave something. And the other one, get the inside. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. So, what you say?
didn't have to pay. Then she gave me something and then this one of it back on right away. One injection in my section, I didn't have to pay. Then she gave me something and then this one of it back on right away. When you're coming back, Santa, when you're coming to give me medicine. When you're coming back, Santa, when you're coming to give me medicine. Why
proud, we will fix the bed like a doorknob. Lock it down like the other wall, treat it like a showdown. Bet your mind we will show up, uninvited so don't cost. Any chance we get to dab up, dab it up. Yes, we love we island, we proud. Yes, we love we island, we proud. Ain't no better place in the world to follow. Ain't no other place that we love. Let me tell you about my place. It always survives down here. Little logic we hate from we wake mask. Big smiles, spice vibes, they love it. Showing on what we know and not to mention. Get ready for more. For we don't know them a brief you. Once you mix the people, you fit the street. You don't want to leave when you see how we party. Invite your family. Welcome to Spice Country Expo. You don't have to ask. By now you should know us. We know that we're so proud. We will fix the bed like a doorknob. Lock it down like the other wall. Treat it like a showdown. Bet your mind we will show up. Uninvited so don't cost. Any chance we get to dab up, dab it up. Yes, we love we island, we proud. Ain't no better place in the world to follow. Ain't no other place that we love. Some will never miss that you will. Could be Monday or a Tuesday. We live for the vacation.
We are doing every time, let me know.
We know that we so proud. We will fix the bed like a doorknob. Lock it down like the other wall. Treat it like a showdown. Bet your mind you will show up. Uninvited so don't us. Any chance we get to dab up, dab it up. Yes, we love we island, we proud. Yes, we love we island, we proud. Ain't no better place in the world.
So the people in the back of the truck is going to advance to the front. They're going to pass the truck on the safest side and head to the pasture. Check.
Everybody.
Yeah.
Jimmy, let this show come up.
Okay. So let's clear in front of the truck. Let me go up. Watch yourself in front there. There you go.
Yes, we love we island, we proud. Ain't no better place in the world to follow. Ain't no other place that we love.
You see this little piece of rock, full of beauty, full of vibes. Nice, see paradise. Every morning when I rise up, I see beauty in my eyes. Sweet paradise, come in the Caribbean Sea, and you're full of beauty. We follow you down the street. Come in the Caribbean Sea, you will find the sweetest island. Can you see it everywhere?
Everybody in front of the truck, please. Move to this side. Please. Let the truck come through. Go ahead, J-boy. know that is a process, so that's the craft. Yeah. Hold on. Hold on.
Comrades, as we commence this part of the day's proceedings, I wish to invite us to stand as we pay tribute to our dear country, Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. Let us stand for the singing of the national anthem, which will be led by Sister Janelle Augustine. Shall we all stand? The anthem will be followed by prayer, which will be led by Reverend Kiba Coffey. So we will remain standing for both.
to reach our destiny, ever conscious of God, being proud of our heritage. May we with faith and courage aspire, build, advance as one people, one family. God bless our nation.
Reverend Kiba would lead us in our time of prayer.
Let us pray in the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Gracious and Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day. As the vibrant spirits of all unites in celebration of its workers, we lift our hearts to you. We thank you for the strength, dedication, and tireless efforts of every individual who would have contributed to the building and flourishing of this nation. Lord, we ask for your divine guidance and wisdom to light the paths of all workers as they strive to uphold the dignity of work and the integral rights of every laborer. As this year theme says, that you are gathered under the banner of defending workers' rights, rebuilding solidarity, securing justice and fairness as we march forward together. Lord, instill in everyone that sense of solidarity, that all may stand as one, supporting each other in the pursuit of just and fair treatment. Strengthen all to challenge the iniquities and to build workplaces where respect, dignity, and fairness prevail. Bless the leaders of the unions, grant them courage and discernment as they advocate for the well-being of their members. Bless all that they may recognize the invaluable contribution of all workers and foster environments of teamwork and mutual respect. And as we march forward together, may all action be guided by your love and justice, and may all be instruments of peace and progress, working towards a future where the rights of every worker are honored and where solidarity binds us in one common purpose. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Thank you very much, Reverend. Comrades, we will pay tribute to our movement as we together sing, Hold the Fort. We meet today in freedom's cause and raise our voices high. We'll join our hands in union song to battle or to die. Hold the fort, for we are coming. Unionists, be strong. Side by side, we battle onward. Victory will come. See our numbers still increasing, hear the bugle blow. By our union we shall triumph over every foe. Hold the fort, for we are coming. Unionists, be strong. Side by side we battle onward. Victory will come. Look, my comrades, see the Union banners waving high. Reinforcements now appearing, victory is high. Hold the fort, for we are coming. Union is be strong. Side by side we battle onward. Victory will come. Fierce and long the battle wages, but we will not fear. Help will come whenever needed. Cheer, my comrades, cheer. Hold the fort, for we are coming. Union is be strong. Side by side we battle onward. Victory will come. And we can say amen to that. Senator, the Honorable Claudia Joseph, Minister for Labor, Her Excellency Yvette Martinez Leyva, Ambassador for Cuba in Grenada, President of the Grenada Trades Union Council, Comrade Andre Lewis, representative from the Grenada Conference of Churches, Reverend Kiba Kofi, presidents of GTUC affiliates, former presidents and executive members of the GTUC and affiliate unions, Senator Raymond Roberts, happy birthday to you, Senator, and welcome. Special awardee, Comrade Cyril St. Louis, members of the Cuban Brigade, representatives from the media, comrades all, pleasant good afternoon. Let me, on behalf of the Grenada Trades Union Council, welcome you to the celebration of International Workers' Day 2025 in Sunset City, Victoria. This year, we are celebrating on the theme, defending workers' rights, rebuilding solidarity, securing justice and fairness as we move and we march forward together. And indeed, brothers and sisters, from what is happening in some quarters locally, internationally, it is clear that workers must come together. The discussions, the rhetoric about tariffs, the shifts that has been happening in terms of geopolitics is enough for us as workers to take stock that some change, something is going to happen, and the record will show that whenever the capitalists start to make certain types of moves, it's the working class that would pay for it. It's the working class that has to struggle to feed his family. Because when we go to the supermarket and we look at the price of the goods, the businessman may not necessarily absorb the cost, but he'll pass it on to us. And when the cost of goods and services are increasing, because we have no control, we're basically an import economy. It means that it's the workers of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique that would feel the pinch. As a trade union movement, we have always maintained that solidarity is important. As a country and people, We have demonstrated with our relationship with the people of Cuba that solidarity is important, that South-South dialogue is of utmost importance. The rest of the world now is recognizing that the way forward is through South-South dialogue. So comrades, as we celebrate International Workers' Day 2025, I encourage us, let us not slack our riding, but let us remain vigilant. Let us ensure that we support each other. Let us ensure that we exhibit the tenets of solidarity, that our movement, the workers' movement, will continue to be the strong and consistent movement that it has been over the years. Politicians will change, leaders will change, but the fundamental principles of the trade union movement of solidarity, social justice, will always remain. And let us be mindful. So ladies and gentlemen, with these few words, I welcome you to May Day celebrations 2025. I now invite us to stand. Wherever you are, I invite you to stand. We want to recognize and pay tribute to our comrades who are no longer with us. They have served and have gone home to the other life. There are many who have served and today are living with various injuries. And so we want to have a moment of silence in recognition of these workers. We also want to extend, as a trade union council, our support to the families affected by that incident right here in Victoria a few days ago, the persons injured, and of course, the family of Brother Welch. And Brother Welch was a shop steward attached to the Bank and General Workers Union. And so I ask you please, wherever you are, to stand in honor of our comrades. This is International Workers' Day, and we're asking you in their honor to stand, and we will have a moment of silence. That minute starts now. May their souls rest in peace, and we wish speedy recovery, speedy healing for the injured. You may be seated. Thank you very much. The GTUC has received a solidarity message from the Caribbean Congress of Labor, the CCL, and I'll read. Today on International Workers' Day, the Caribbean Congress of Labor salutes the courage, resilience, and solidarity of workers across our region and the world. May 1st remains a powerful symbol of the struggles and victories of working people and a call to action for social justice, decent work, and dignity for all. Even as we honor our historic struggles fought in the sugarcane fields, garment factories, shipping ports, classrooms, and hospital wards, we must confront the evolving landscape of work that demands renewed vigilance and collective resolve. The rise of the platform economies has blurred the lines of employment and eroded protections. Informalities continue to grow, often as the only option for many. Yet, the transition into formality remains an uphill battle. We stand with all workers, whether gig workers, domestic workers, or those in precarious employment. We seek recognition, rights, and representation. The CCL continues to call for the ratification and full implementation of all core occupational safety, health, and environmental conventions. Every worker, regardless of their sector or status, deserves a safe and healthy working environment. We also reaffirm our commitment to advancing the green transition in ways that are just, equitable, and inclusive, ensuring no worker is left behind in the shift to sustainable economies. Our region is not immune to the impact of unjust trade policies and economic arrangements that have undermined local industries, exacerbated inequalities, and increased vulnerabilities. We call on Caribbean governments to defend labor interests in trade negotiations and to demand fairer, people-centered policies and place workers and communities above profit. We also express our continued solidarity to the Cuban Medical Brigade, whose humanitarian contributions across the Caribbean and beyond have exemplified the spirit of internationalism. Attempts to delegitimize their work and criminalize solidarity must be firmly rejected. On this May Day, we recommit to the fight for decent work, democratic rights, and social progress for all. Let us move forward together in unity and struggle for justice, for workers, for the Caribbean. Ladies and gentlemen, solidarity message coming from the Caribbean Congress of Labor. Let's put our hands together for the CCL. We will now receive greetings from our various affiliate presidents, and we shall go in the order in which we marched today. That is the Public Workers Union, the Commercial and Industrial Workers Union, GUT, Seamen and Waterfront Workers Union, Bank and General Workers Union, and of course, the Technical and Allied Workers Union. So comrades, brothers and sisters, let's welcome the President of the Grenada Public Workers Union, Comrade Daisy Hazard, to address the May Day. No, you need to do better than that. This is Sister Hazard's first May Day as President, and so you need to welcome her in a more...
Good morning, Brother Kenny. Thank you very much. Good morning, all workers and all Grenadians assembled here. Good morning, PWU. Good afternoon. PWU, can I hear you? Good afternoon. Today I stand on protocol already established, but I do want to add my voice to extend condolences to the people of St. Mark, the community that's grieving. My family went through the same grief that you're suffering today many years ago, and I understand your pain. And even as we celebrate, we commiserate and we empathize with you. So I've been told that I have 5 to 7 minutes to speak. And like Comrade Jude, I've prepared a Bible. Because the issues that confront workers, the issues that confront the Grenada public workers, and all other workers of the public sector and private sector that are here today will take a year to speak about, but I will attempt to do so in 5 to 7 minutes. Senator, the Honorable Claudette Joseph, we see you here, prepared to take some bruising, but we're happy to see you nonetheless. Grenada Public Workers Union, how are we doing? I salute you in triumph and in power. And I thank you for the honor that you have bestowed on me, because in doing so, not only have you selected a woman president for yourself, but right now in Grenada, the Grenada Public Workers Union is the only union with a woman president. And so we stand PWU, and we represent for all women and girls across Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique, and the region. On May Day, we are a united force, and we saw that when we marched through the streets of Victoria. We are determined, unwavering, and committed to the cause of justice for ourselves and for this nation. And so this rally is not just an event, it's a symbol of our resilience and our determination as workers not to be silent in the face of inequality and inequity that we suffer year after year, day after day. But PWU, as we mark this day, I want you to join with me in having all Grenada understand and recognize that we are the men and women who not only run the public sector and facilitate every other sector in Grenada, but we are also perhaps the single unit and grouping of workers within the public sector that can account for itself in hard, cold dollars and cents. My members, where are you? Can I hear you? We are not only administrators. We do not only answer the telephones. We are not only nurses and doctors, but we can count our monies, what we contribute to Grenada in dollars and cents to the millions. So when government recently announced I'm stopping my clock. I've stopped the clock for I'm timing myself. Employees, we in the public sector, we employees within the public sector. Who are we, PW members? Our employees. Let us not be ashamed. Let us not heckle to say anything otherwise. We are not just workers. We are members of the civil service, and we are employees. This can we have a mic that works? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? That's better. In 2020, IRD brought back to Grenada $325 million in taxes. 21, 295, those were COVID years. 22, $347 million. And 24, just last year, $459. Customs matched and outmatched the IRD. When I speak about the fact that we found We are not your enemy. In the words of Prime Minister Mia Mottley of Grenada, the public service and Grenada Public Works Union, we are not your enemy. We facilitate this state and this nation of Grenada. We are the men and women who write the projects to fund government billion-dollar budget. And so we stand proudly again before you as public servants. Labor is not just a means of survival. It is the foundation upon which nations rise and fall and economies flourish. Every worker, every employee, whether it's in agriculture, healthcare, education, technology, plays a role in building this nation. And within the Public Workers Union, we have every cadre, every type and category of workers that you can think about and imagine. And so we look at a situation where we see promotions, we see people flying over us, getting promoted, helicoptered into positions, and we don't know why. And we hear talk about Public Workers Union members not working with and for government. And government, Senator Claudette Joseph, we want to say to you today that we are not your enemy. When we come to work, we don't come to work for color. When we leave our homes and we go to our various workplaces, we come to work for the government and people of Grenada. We come to build a country and a state for one people united. And I want to say to us, if we are divided, and if we are looking at each other, and if we are looking among the ranks of the public sector, and we are looking among the ranks of the Grenada Public Workers Union, and we're wondering, who she for? Who he for? Can I promote him? Should I promote him? We are passing over qualifications. We are passing over experience. We are passing over men and women who can do the jobs and who have been doing the jobs over the years so that we can put what we feel is the right color into position. And we ask that this must stop. Just a couple days ago, we had a meeting with the DPA, and I want to commend the DPA. They take a lot of licks. We use them sometimes as a battering ram, as a scapegoat to cover every fault. But these 20 women, only women, who are members of the Grenada Public Workers Union, facilitate every single other public sector grouping in Grenada. That's the reality of the situation. And while the DPA is looking to fashion a public servant and reaffirming and transforming a public sector that we can all be proud of, understanding that the human man and woman who leaves home and comes to work is a whole human being, not just a worker, not just an employee. Meanwhile, we have another arm of government saying, tell everybody come back to work in their seat, in their desk. And we're wondering, is everything okay in government? Is government speaking to itself? Is the PSC okay? All of our buildings are sick. We work. We contribute. We grow Grenada. We fund this economy from sick buildings. Sick buildings. My members, public servants, are sickening by the day. Grenada Postal Corporation, I have written off and asked the Prime Minister to visit your premises because he is your line minister. And the question is, how can any employer countenance to have its workers going into a building that rats alone should inhabit? And we've spoken to management and said to them, move our people out in one month. That was 3 weeks ago. And that's a line that's been drawn in the sand. Grand Bacalet rehabilitation officers, you are securing Grenada every day and every night when you leave your homes. Because you are the ones who secure our violent young offenders and rehabilitate them. And yet, we hear from our parliament, why do we need so many of them to look after 18 inmates? Well, we need so many of them because they are instrumental and critical to the safety and security of all of Grenada. So pay these workers, because if you don't pay them, you will have to go secure the 18 people up there. Because while you're telling them you cannot pay them, you audit in the system, your board of directors have received increases. Where did the government, where has this country found that money to pay a board of directors increased benefits, but the men and women who are working cannot get an increase in salaries since 2017? Our nurses are crying out. Healthcare is on paralysis. Healthcare is in the ICU. Our nurses and doctors are tired. Our maids and cleaners are sick. Our pharmacists, our lab technicians, we are working them to the bone. And we threaten them with statutorization, rather than speak to the union and speak to them about how, together, we can create a healthcare plan and a facility that we can all be proud of. The issues are too many. But today we say that the union, all of us PW members, we are standing strong. We are standing firm. Last year, this year, we survived an attack on our union unprecedented, where our dues were withheld. But we survived. We also saw that so many of our servicemen and women who were unfairly dismissed received their benefits. And government paid foolish money. But Sister Claudette, we thank you. We thank you for having the temerity and the courage that the Ministry of Labor and the Ministry of Legal Affairs did the correct thing and paid out close to $1 million in termination benefits to workers who were unfairly dismissed. Grenada, we are proud that we have a Prime Minister who is a lawyer. We brag about that. Can we demand that this government, that this administration follow the law? Follow the law 74 that speaks about health and safety in the workplace. Follow the law, the Employment Act, Chapter 6, that speaks about how you can terminate a worker. We must demand that our service and our country recognize, understands, and values the same laws that Grenada is built upon. And so it is my time to stop. And I want to remind you, public servants, that even as we demand just pay and justice, and even as we say today, the FRA, the Fiscal Responsibility Act, that government like to shove down our throat, and for decades, only 4%. What they find? 4% mark on somebody's face? What do they believe? 4% is public servants' name? We are not taking 4% in 25, for 26 and 27. So you can come with your FRA. You can tell us what the IMF say. We hear you. But what we'll say to you is this. Find a name to call it. Find a way to disguise it. You disguise so many other things, and you spend government money recklessly, as if a piggy bank break for every other thing that you want to do. But when it comes to paying workers, you shove down the FRA, Fiscal Responsibility Act, in our throat. In 2025, we will not beg for bread. In 2025, as your president, I am not prepared to have to brawl with government in the streets for a just and fair increase. So I'm letting it known today, we are drawing a line in the sand. The FRA is not our business. Don't tell us about it. We want true regularization. We want proper pension reform that we don't have to be questioning. And we want to ensure that our workers who keep this nation healthy are kept healthy themselves. And I want to say in closing, we little, but we talawa. As union, we know our power. And even if one of us has to stand, or 10 of us have to stand, but today that we saw that many of us, hundreds of us stand, we will continue to stand. And government, I want to remind you, don't play with us. Don't play with union power. Respect us, and we will respect you. And if you don't believe me, just look at the lesson. Ask Sister Kamala how she came into power just 2 days ago. And ask the PNM if they wake up yet. Don't play with union power. Respect us as we respect you. And public servants, when we go out to work every day, let us give a just day's pay, work for a just day's pay. Thank you, brothers and sisters.
Comrades, that is a maiden speech. The lines are drawn in the sand. From henceforth, you can call it that. The lines are drawn in the sand speech. Let's put our hands together again for the President of the Public Workers Union, Comrade Daisy Hazard. Well done, my sister. The strength of a woman. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers all, we move on to the CIWU, Commercial and Industrial Workers Union, and I'm going to invite our comrade, Brother George Mason, who is speaking on behalf of that union today. Let's welcome Brother Juice.
Sisters and brothers, while I was on the march, I got a call from our first Vice President, Brother Dwayne Thompson, who was scheduled to do today's speech, informing me that he was unwell. And I can't be here representing and having represented the union for the past 34 years and have a void been marked in the space where CIW is supposed to speak. It will be difficult for me to follow in the footsteps of my erstwhile colleague and friend, Sister Daisy. Sister Daisy Hazard. And some years ago, I remember in the stadium, I said the labor movement is in good hands because Lady Daisy Hazard is on board. I want to also extend my tribute to Brother Brian Grimes, who served vehemently, who was defiant, and who kept the mantle, who kept the flame alive for the PW in the not too distant past. I also is saddened with the news of the passing of Comrade Wello. I knew Wello personally, and having heard of his tragic passing and those who are on the hospital beds, it is indeed heartbreaking. And I want to extend my deep condolences, and also on behalf of our union, our deep sympathy for the family. Now, let me get down to business. Minister of Labor, members of the Houses of Parliament, members of the Diplomatic Corps, sisters and brothers of the Trade Union Fraternity, I bring you greetings from the Grenada Commercial and Industrial Workers Union as we commemorate and celebrate another Labor Day. As the theme suggests, we have gathered today to defend workers' rights, to rebuild solidarity, and seek out justice and fairness as we march forward together. We salute our brothers and sisters in Cuba and Venezuela in particular on this day, knowing that they have been giving us human service through the Ministry of Health, Construction, Economics, and other areas. We salute you and we thank you, comrades. And we denounce totally the efforts being made by Washington to vilify and to desecrate the work done by our Cuban comrades. We say, long live our Cuban medical workers. Long live our Cuban construction workers. Long live. Time to stop their stupidness. Comrades, solidarity have fanned the flames of the labor movement from its inception in the 19th century. Who can forget the Haymarket incident in Chicago in 1886, when tens of thousands of workers took to the streets to demand at 8 hours workday instead of 20 hours in the mines and in other areas of employment. That day was recognized throughout the world, May 1st, 1886, as the International Day of Resistance. International Day of Resistance to the 20-hour working day and to bring in better working conditions for workers. At this juncture, I want to also salute the Public Workers Union and TAU in their quest and in the success of getting and bringing justice to the workers, and to also recognize that the system works. The system works, comrade. And if you are victimized, the court is there. If you are victimized, the laws are there. And I salute you for persevering. Workers' rights to assemble and associate are constitutionally guaranteed. Therefore, when it is violated, all workers are expected to support the violated workers. This is solidarity. This is the foundation of trade unionism. We are as strong as we are willing to unite for justice, fairness, security, freedom, and equality, which is what we call decent work. Justice and fairness have been the benchmark of trade unions' rallying call. When one worker is unfairly treated, all workers are unfairly treated. All workers must be treated fairly, whether they are employed as traffic wardens, debushers, or caregivers in the general hospital. Whenever and wherever injustice or unfairness raises its ugly head, it must be attacked and killed through the united force of the labor movement. We experienced some unfortunate instances in the past when union membership was attacked by both government and the private sector. But thanks to the intervention of the conscious, fearful comrades through their union solidarity, the workers successfully navigated the onslaught. Those were the days of the post-revolutionary period, when the occupying forces recruited locals to mash up unions. We cannot go back to those days. We have to ensure that all workers' rights for fairness and justice and solidarity and equality are freedom that must be preserved. Sisters and brothers, we all continue to fight for the disadvantaged, the dispossessed, the underprivileged, and the marginalized who are not organized in a trade union. Their heart is our heart. Today, as we celebrate, we also commemorate the life of those who contributed immensely to the labor movement. Mr. Robert Robertson comes to mind. Mr. Robertson, it is said, mortgaged his house to ensure that the PWU got a headquarters. That is a man we salute today. We salute his life and thank his family for sharing him with the working class. He went on to be a champion for labor. He worked with government as a labor consultant, both here and in Trinidad. His legacy lives on, though he has left us through death earlier this year. Therefore, sisters and brothers, comrades, let us run with the torch of defending workers' rights, rebuilding solidarity, securing justice and fairness as we march forward together. Don't matter which government is in power, labor must remain united. And when it comes to labor, regardless of my political affiliation, labor comes first. Long live the workers of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Matnik. Long live the Grenada trade union movement. Forward ever! Forward ever! God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Comrade Mason. Still have the fire, still have the vibe. Trade unionists never retire. If you think we're retiring, it's because we're putting on some new tires to keep the fight going. Ladies and gentlemen, we're moving on, and it's my pleasure to call on the man himself, the leader of the oldest trade union on island, the Grenada Union of Teachers, President General Jude Bartholomew.
Where is teach? Let me hear you. Say yeah. Today I speak with a heavy heart at this May Day celebrations. And this May Day celebrations today for the GUT is in honor of our fallen comrades, dear teachers, Sister Joan King, Christopher Francis, Glenna from St. Andrews, who died without receiving their pension. They worked hard and led the way. And like all teachers who sacrificed, they died in pre-retirement. So today we lift them up and we celebrate them. And we say no worker, even if they die, even if it's for 1 year or 2 years, their family should receive part of the workers' pension. And that is something that we must work hard for. It is unfair and unfortunate. Fraternal greetings on this very important day, May Day, Labor Day, to members of the Trade Union Council, Trade Union Organization, and to the working class people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Matnik, and throughout the Caribbean region. In a way, fraternal and solidarity greetings to the teachers and members of the strongest, most vibrant, most powerful, most impactful trade union organization throughout Carriacou and Petit and Grenada and throughout the Caribbean region, celebrating 112 years this year and going strong. And we celebrate under the theme chosen for this year's celebration is a very important, crucial, and significant one: defending workers' rights, rebuilding solidarity, securing justice and fairness as we march forward. Chapter 1, verses 17, and I quote, "To do good, seek justice, correct oppression, bring justice to the fatherless, and plead the widow's cause." Where is justice when the Grenada Union of Teachers received a letter from the acting CEO in the Ministry of Education, Mr. Scotty and James, to pay the school today for May Day where teachers work, $500 for training, and to pay the Treasury of Grenada the sum of $200 for utilities. Where is justice? That is the highest level of injustice and disrespectfulness to teachers. When the politicians and the other organizations have their meeting and engagement in schools, who have to come back and clean up the classroom? The teachers. Who raise funds to keep school going? The teachers. But telling the duty and teachers who have to sacrifice and work in the same school under all sorts of conditions that we have to pay the treasury and pay for utilities is a shame. It is a disgrace and it is an insult for the teachers of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit-Martinique. Teachers, let me hear you. The unfair transfer of teachers from secondary school. The unfair treatment to teachers at St. Rose Modern Secondary School. Miss Avinel, we have Miss Paul, and we have Mr. Dexter. We say no to that, to this unfairness of transferring teachers all over the place. This is becoming a serious practice, not only in St. Rose, but in other places. So we call on the DEOs and other persons. It is wrong to just go to teachers with word of mouth, not even a letter from the Public Service Commission or the Ministry of Education to say that you are transferred. And that is something that we're looking at, and that is something that we're going to deal with, because it's becoming a pattern in Grenada. We say no to unfair practices to our teachers who are working hard, sacrificing throughout the length and breadth of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit-Martinique. When I say today, as we celebrate with that theme, fairness, we must go back to say that this administration, you could do what you want, it doesn't matter what you say, that this theme is very, very important. But also this theme should have been even more practical 10, 7, 6, 5 years ago, as we come even remember under the previous administration, when we had to march on the streets all over the place to receive our benefits. We're not saying that it is 100% perfect today, but we are going places, and with all the various unions, we're going to march going forward to do what we have to do to secure our fairness and economic justice for all teachers, for all workers, all public officers. Regularization of teachers. We heard the news that 246 teachers will be regularized and will receive benefits under the 1958 pension. And the 1958 pension is the way to go, not only for public officers, but for teachers, but public officers, those who receive are in established position. So we call it on the administration with regularization. Yes, we are very fortunate and we are very happy for regularization for the teachers, but we want the public servants and public officers also to be regularized and to receive their benefits. We say also, I want to put on record today my deepest appreciation, brothers and sisters, the whole of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit-Martinique, whether you are here present or virtual, put your hands together for this administration for having the wisdom, insight, vision, foresight for pension reform, to secure pension for thousands of non-established workers throughout Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit-Martinique. Come and give them a round of a hand. Give them a round of applause. There are thousands of teachers who are crying. There were cooks in the schools. There were agricultural workers, security guards, nurses, and all other persons who are going home empty-handed without a pension. And we know for sure what the administration did, pension restoration and reform for non-established workers. But today we want to put on record, while we congratulate the administration for pension reform for thousands of unestablished workers, we defer for our teachers and public officers who, although temporary now, are in the established posts and when they are regularized and made prominent, should receive pension benefits under the 1958 pension from the Consolidated Fund. This benefit that goes with the post for established workers is secured under the Constitution of Grenada and take 2/3 majority votes in a referendum to change. Somebody said justice. Somebody said justice. Pension justice. Pension justice. All teachers and public officers who are appointed in an established position before, during, and after January 1, 2025 should be entitled to the 1958 pension from the Consolidated Fund. We call on the NDC administration to respect the constitutional rights of workers for the due pension. As we go forward, we look at the new Industrial Relation Bill. We ask teachers and public officers and workers to pay attention to the new Industrial Relation Bill. We say no to the NDC administration. Don't try a smart one on us with this new pension, with this new Industrial Relation Bill. Teachers is part of the non-essential services, and that's how it shall remain for us. Don't change the law. Don't suit the whims and fancies of the private sector and government to get teachers vexed with you. Don't do that. So we say to keep the framework from the Ministry of Labor and keep the Minister of Labor active. That is where we want her to solve the problems with labor relations and give the teachers and public officers the okay to address situations of labor in the court also. Justice. Somebody say justice. Somebody say fairness. So we call on workers, teachers, the Ministry of Education. We say to give the teachers a chance. When the teachers are called to the Ministry of Education for whatever disciplinary measures, we ask you to give the duty, the right to represent our members in the Ministry of Education. The Grenada Union of Teachers is the legitimate and legal representative body of all teachers, and they have a right to be respected and represented by the Grenada Union of Teachers in any labor fights. Somebody say justice. Say justice. Fairness. Fairness. Justice and fairness for all. So we go in places. We go in places. DEO. We say some of the DEOs, you cannot just go in school and force principals and teachers to just do what you want without documents from the Ministry of Education and the Public Service Commission. We say no to that, and no to DEOs going to school and telling teachers that they have been transferred. That is wrong. Master's degree. Master's degree. We are calling on the Ministry of Education, the Minister for Education. We are calling on the government of Grenada to honor this long-standing agreement with the Grenada Union of Teachers to compensate teachers for their master's degree and give them the inducement allowance. It was a shame to hear when we asked the question, why do the teachers have to cry? All those who study hard for their master's degree. We heard from the previous administration that the previous administration said to put a hold on compensation for master's degree. Today we cry out for it. Teachers are crying for the inducement allowance, and those who do their bachelors. We say no to priority lists and priority areas, and we call on the Minister for Education, the Honorable David Andrew, to respect and to restore the inducement allowance for teachers who work hard to do their masters. Justice. We say justice and fairness. The technical teachers, those technical teachers who did the course in Jamaica since 1998 and they cannot be upgraded. When the accreditation board look at the course that they did, they equate it to a qualified teacher And years upon years upon years, we are crying and we are crying. We hear that it is before the Ministry of Education, it's before DPA, it's before PSC, it's everywhere. It is time to compensate and to upgrade the technical teachers. We say justice, justice, fairness. The acting principals, those acting principals who have been acting for years upon years as if they are in Hollywood since under the previous administration. The acting principals are crying out and they need really and truly to be regularized and they post secure. So we say justice, justice. Heads of department, the teachers, those who are working hard in school, doing the job. We ask the Ministry of Education to compensate those teachers who are heads of department. City workers, city workers, pay them the money for 2025, the 5% for TAMCC, and let's go forward with a new collective bargaining agreement for the lecturers at TAMCC, and we call for pension under the pension reform for the lecturers at TAMCC. Somebody say justice. Somebody say fairness. Salary slip. Years upon years, we cannot get our salary slip. We cannot know what our monies are. We cannot know our deductions. So we call in on the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Education to give teachers their salary slip. It is against the law. The salary slip is slipping on us, and we're asking to grant it to us. Health and safety in the workplace. Brothers and sisters, teachers are crying out. We say no to violence against teachers in the workplace. Teachers are crying. Teachers are asking for safety in the workplace. For no bullying in the workplace. We say safety for teachers, safety for the students, safety for a normal and a correct working employment. So that's what we want going forward. The teachers are frustrated, and so many teachers want to retire from the system because they are frustrated. And we say justice. We say fairness. Preschool teachers who are acting like principals, doing all the administrative work, and they cannot get a teacher to assist them in the classroom and adequate compensation as a principal. So we're calling on for negotiations going forward. The government of Grenada, early childhood, and the Ministry of Education to give adequate compensation for teachers in charge of the preschool. We say justice. For school refurbishment, Carriacou and Petit-Martinique, TAMCC, Dover Government School, St. David's Catholic Secondary School, Calais Government, St. Giles Secondary, St. Andrew's Anglican, and many more. We're calling for school repairs. Brothers and sisters, in spite of all those challenges, I'm here and prepared to say that no matter what the challenges we face under this NDC administration, it could never be compared to what we faced under the previous NDC administration. And we say long live the Grenada Union of Teachers. Long live the labor movement of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit-Martinique. And long live all governments who are supporting labor for Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit-Martinique. Forward ever, backward never.
Jude. 1, 2, 1, 1. And hands together for Comrade of the Grenada Union of Teachers. As he said, there are two words: justice and fairness. Justice and fairness. Driver of PT258, PT258, you're needed at your vehicle, please. PT258, I think the brand of vehicle is a Kia. PT258, driver, please report to your vehicle. You're blocking someone. Ladies and gentlemen, we wish to welcome to today's celebrations the president of the Indo-Grenadian Heritage Foundation, Mrs. Lena Lalsi Gaspar. And Mrs. Lalsi, thank you very much for joining us, ladies. The Indian community in Grenada on May 1st also celebrates Indian Arrival Day in Grenada, and so they join us today as is usual. So we're happy, and we trust that your celebrations would go as smoothly and nicely as the GTUC's today. Blessings on you. Ladies and gentlemen, comrades all, we're moving on. And we wish to call on the Seamen and Waterfront Workers Union and their president, President Cephas Chase, who is going to come to greet us. Let's welcome President Chase. That's a big man.
A pleasant good afternoon to each and every one of you. Standing on the protocols already established, I will move forward with my speech. Comrades, brothers and sisters in the labor movement, today we gather to celebrate International Workers' Day. We gather not just to celebrate, but to remember, to resist, and to rise. The theme speaks to the very core of our struggle: defending workers' rights, rebuilding solidarity, and securing justice and fairness for all. May Day is not just another holiday, but a reminder of the struggle, the sweat, the blood, the tears, comrades, that poured into the soil of progress by generations of working people, including us, stevedores and longshoremen. Every effort, every port, every cargo ship, every container, every nutmeg bag and box, lifted by hand or by machine, we stevedores and longshoremen are there. We, the workers, move the lifeblood of this economy. We stevedores and longshoremen walk through the entire COVID crisis. When there is a national disaster and the relief cargo comes, we are asked to discharge it for free. When the Grenada Motor Club has its drag racing at Pulse, the vehicles that come in for the race, we are asked to discharge it for free. We do them without fund because we know it is for the greater good. In the aftermath of Hurricane Beryl, every shipment of relief item, every container material for the building effort was discharged for free, just as we did after Hurricane Ivan and Emily. We make our contributions to the development and rebuilding of this country. To the Grenada Ports Authority, to the Grenada Ports Authority, and all concerned parties, listen carefully. We have formally submitted our request for a new collective agreement on the 24th of October 2024. And yet, all we hear are delays, with no counter proposal in sight. The authority is now projecting to start negotiations or to commence negotiations in June, months after our judicial request. our patience has expired. Come to the bargaining table or be prepared to face the consequences. The working class of Grenada is under attack, and we will not stand idly by while our rights are eroded, our voices silenced, and our solidarity undermined. We call on the nation to resist the onslaught and the interference on our labor movement by an administration that is led by one of the strongest perpetrators of anti-labor action in the history of this country. We remind the government of Grenada the words of Franklin Roosevelt, the 32nd President of the United States. The strength of a nation lies in the well-being of its workers. Upholding rights is not only crucial for individuals, but for the overall progress and prosperity of the society. But let it be clear, we will not bow. We will not allow our rights to be eroded. We will not allow our voices to be silenced. We are the defenders of workers' rights. And today, we raise the banner higher than ever before. To those in power, we are watching. We are organized. We call on our members and affiliates to be vigilant. Be prepared. Be prepared. Be ready. For if the call comes to stand, we must stand. Shoulder to shoulder, rank by rank, we will stand. For if there is no industrial justice, there can be no industrial peace. Brothers and sisters, our strength lies in the unity. Today, we commit to defending our rights, rebuilding solidarity, securing justice. We as stevedots and longshoremen will not back down. The labor movement will not be silenced. Together, we will march forward. We will win. Forward together. Solidarity forever. And we will never retreat. We will never surrender. Onward. Long live the working class of this country. Long live solidarity. Long live the Grenada movement. Forward ever and never backward.
Thank you very much, Comrade Chase, from the Seamen and Waterfront Workers Union. Comrades, I want to encourage you to support the vendors around. There's some Tanya Log, there's some Turkey Waters, there's some bakes and saltfish, there are drinks, all sorts of stuff. We need them to make money, because if they don't make money, they can't pay their fee. They're workers too. And so support them once you can. There's stuff around that you can purchase. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to invite our brother from the Bank and General Workers Union, Comrade Joseph Mitchell, to come and greet us. Let's welcome Comrade Mitchell.
Brothers and sisters, good afternoon. Allow me to stand on the protocol already established. Even as we join today here at the beautiful parish of St. Mark to celebrate International Workers' Day, or May Day as we affectionately call it, Indeed, and among the wonderful people here at St. Mark's, we stand to celebrate with the members of the trade union fraternity, but certainly it is with great sadness, it is with great regret that our union today has a family of Wellington Welsh. Indeed, Brother Wellington was a member of our union. He was a shop steward. He played an integral role Thank you so much. One. Thank you so much. Indeed, Brother Wellington played an integral role in our trade union for 2 years. He was a shop steward. He also was a member of the shop steward committee, and he served the members of his workplace with honor and with distinction. He was well loved. And for Brother Wellington, like many of us, went one. I don't know if that's what. One. Yeah. Thank you. So as I was saying, brothers and sisters, we mourn the loss of our dear brother Wellington Welsh, a member of this community who, like many of us, came out on a day of social interaction, a day of social togetherness, a day when he was supposed to just have a wonderful time, just like we are doing here. Brother Wellington, it meant something. It was the end of his life. And we mourn with the family of Brother Wellington at this time. Such untimely death, such events has underscored a deeper societal problem that we are all confronted with. It is indeed a problem, brothers and sisters, that if not unchecked, if the reality of the effects of firearms are not kept in check, not only will it destroy the lives of individuals, but it's going to have a serious impact on the lives of our labor force. And so we mourn with our dear brother's family at this time. It is indeed a great sense of loss, and we honor his memories. As we stand in celebration on the theme, defending workers' rights, rebuilding solidarity, securing justice and fairness as we march forward together, it must mean something for all of us. It should not just be a statement for a year. It should not just be a phrase, but it must mean something for all of us. It must give us as workers access.
1 2 1 1 1 2 1 1 1 2 1 1 1 2. One, 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 2 1 2. 1 2 testing 1 2 1 2 testing 1 2. Let's hope this one works. 1 2.
One. Thank you, Brother Kenny. Brothers and sisters, as I was saying, that our theme for this year, it must mean something for all workers, whether in the labor movement or whether individual workers. It got to give us access to a system where the rights of workers are protected, where there is no fear of victimization, no fear of losing jobs, or being able to provide for themselves and their families. A system that protects for just and fair condition for all. Brothers and sisters, despite we have improved over the years with adjustments to the minimum wage, with securing pensions for unestablished workers, and full collective agreements for agriculture workers, and resolving some outstanding disputes. But we can all agree that we have a long way to go. Brothers and sisters, I want to speak particularly about the staffing at the Ministry of Labor. The Bank and General Workers Union calls on government to intensify its effort to increase the staffing at the Ministry of Labor to ensure that matters brought before the Ministry of Labor are dealt with in a much shorter space of time. Our union recognizes that there would have been improvements, but too many of our grievances are being held up at the Ministry of Labor, waiting to be heard. While the employers, brothers and sisters, take advantage of a system that do not give them quick redress and resolution to those who need it. Whichever system that is finally agreed to, the most important thing is that it must work. Brothers and sisters, I want to speak that justice delayed is justice denied. Over a year ago, the former proprietor of the Go2 gas station closed his business without any major notice, closed his business, and has refused to give the workers their full compensation. And despite we have tried at the bilateral level to resolve it, it's over a year and it's still at the Department of Labor. It cannot be all right for workers who have lost their job due to no fault of theirs, while they struggle to put bread on the table for their children, while they struggle to send their children to school, while they battle with the rising food costs, that these matters remain unattended at the Department of Labor. That cannot be all right. Brothers and sisters, over 4 months ago, you may have heard it in the news, the management of Ideal Bakery closed its doors. 10 workers went home without $1 severance package pay, although there was a signed collective agreement. And despite we have tried at the bilateral level to get these things sorted out, it has not been. But they are at the Department of Labor. I cannot explain to a worker who for months is waiting on a date and do not know when the date is coming. That cannot be all right. It is time, whichever the system we are going to choose, to make it work. Fairness and justice can only be accomplished when the system works for those it is intended for. Brothers and sisters, our daily paid workers at the Grenada Cooperative Nutmeg Association were also severely impacted by the passage of Hurricane Beryl last year. Production of nutmegs significantly reduced, and such, because these workers are daily paid, it negatively impacted them. For some of them, they have not been terminated, but they're home for long periods. So they cannot get the termination benefits under the NIS. But brothers and sisters, we are happy. We are happy that farmers receive stimulus from Beryl. We are happy that fisher folks receive stimulus from Beryl. But what about the workers who work in those industries? It is time that government creates stimulus packages for the workers in the GCNA nutmeg industry. It cannot be all right. It's not all right for workers to stay home several weeks without $1 coming in. And it's acceptable because of the system that we have created. It cannot be all right. Brothers and sisters, the list goes on. We are not a public sector union. Our fight is mainly with the private sector. But the government is the policy maker and the custodian of trust for our workers. And so we call on government to ensure that the system works smoothly, work effectively, and work for all. As we forge forward under the theme Defending Workers' Rights, Rebuilding Solidarity, Securing Justice and Fairness as we march forward together, the Bank and General Workers Union embraces the opportunity to do all we can to rebuild solidarity among the labor movement and to work in partnership with all stakeholders to ensure that a just and fair system works for the benefit of our workers in Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique. Thank you very much, brothers and sisters.
Thank you very much, Comrade Mitchell. The Bank and General Workers Union. Ladies and gentlemen, comrades all, we started this segment hearing from one of our female leaders. And all is well that ends well. So it's my pleasure to invite to the microphone to speak on behalf of the Grenada Technical and Allied Workers Union, the first Vice President. Let us welcome, brothers and sisters, Sister Shirlene Hubbard.
Testing. All right. Please allow me to stand on protocol already established. Comrades, brothers and sisters, G-Tau brings you greetings on this most important day in the life of the working class. Today, May 1st, is a day of reflection, a day of introspection, a day of rededication and commitment to building a strong and vibrant movement, and by extension, a united and strong working class. Brothers and sisters, comrades, we are in a period of industrial relations that can be described as deceptive. A period when capital and state have presented and continue to present a facade. The intention is to give the appearance that all is well and good, an action that keeps us focusing on the wrong objectives with the intentions of dividing us as workers. Brothers and sisters, comrades, this day in the life of working people is so significant that it behooves us to understand its importance and its contribution to the progress of the working class throughout the years. Brothers and sisters, leaders of the labor movement, we must continue to ensure that all workers, especially the younger workers, recognize and salute International Workers' Day in the context of its significance and importance to the working class. Like my brother before me said, it is not just another holiday. Many workers are oblivious to its importance. Compare the period to the 70s and the 80s, and even more recent dates when working people were possessed with a working class awareness that epitomized the mantra, all for one and one for all. We must all continue to rise to the challenge to ensure that we keep the spirit of our founding fathers alive. That spirit of working class consciousness and solidarity in our workers, specifically our young workers. Young workers must not be seen as a contributor to the financial health of the movement. They must embody the strength and continuity of the workers' organization, the trade union. We must prepare them to stand on the shoulders of present and past leaders of the movement. We must not stoop to allow them to be on our shoulders. We must stand tall so the height of the movement can significantly increase in the shortest period. Not to be cognizant of the importance of educating our young workers is to prepare for a movement that may become weak and ineffective. When the state adheres to the call of the business class to use legislation to, in effect, place all workplaces under the banner of essential services,
The young workers must understand the move is to weaken his or her ability to struggle. When Grenlec, a company where the state has the majority shares, can refuse to reinstate 2 workers whose contract of employment were wrongly terminated, as found by the Minister for Labor, who is the Attorney General, and also determined by a panel of arbitrators who ordered immediate reinstatement of both workers. The young workers must know the refusal of Grenlec is embedded in a decision by the state and business class. They need to know that being a worker has nothing to do with the method of employment, the car you drive, or fancy attire, but rather the sale of their labor power for pay. The young workers must recognize that the deliberate withholding of union dues from the Public Workers Union by the government is an action intended to weaken the organization and the wider labor movement. G2 calls on the Grenada Ports Authority to immediately pay the retroactive transportation allowance to the workers. G2 calls on Grenada Port Authority to immediately settle the long outstanding matters of application of the job evaluation exercise. G2 expresses its deep concerns that the Grenada Port Authority management cannot provide information to the union nor the workers regarding the bus terminus matters. G2 calls on the management of Spice Island Beach Resorts, that 5- or 6-star hotel, to pay the former workers their severance pay. G2 calls on the St. George's University to pay the unvaccinated workers all of their severance pay. It is almost 4 long years now since the school refused to allow them to work. Brothers and sisters, comrades, G2 once again call on the state to move swiftly on the issue of public transportation. Workers are finding it hard to get to and from work. Parents cannot get home early to assist their children with homework and other parental activities. Transportation is both an economic and safety issue. G2 has said and is saying again that it is unconscionable for hotels to be dropping off workers, especially women, miles away from their homes late at night. This needs to stop. G2 calls on the Hotel Association to give this matter urgent attention to reduce the risks associated with this. G2 calls on our sister unions who represent workers in sectors where this practice is common to meet to map out a course of action to fight against these unscrupulous employers. Brothers and sisters, it will be remiss of TAU not to acknowledge the effort of the Ministry of Labor to strengthen its human resource capacity. This, no doubt, will assist with the quality of service to the workers and redound to comfort and belief in the ministry. G2 calls on the employers to restrain from intimidating workers who demonstrate an interest in joining a trade union of their choice. They have that right under the Constitution and the Grenada Labor Code, Section 25, which speak to freedom of association. G2 calls on the Grenada Labor Code, Section 25, which speak to freedom of association. G2 calls on the government to prioritize assistance for low-income workers in workers to continue condemning the ongoing genocide of the Palestinian people. G2 calls for the recognition of rather than an adversary. Since 2022, we have been working together in harmony with our comrades in the trade movement. I want you to listen carefully to what I am about to say. My government and I are fully aware of the tremendous pain and suffering you have endured in the past. The disrespect, the betrayal, the neglect, the reneging on agreements, the trickery, the tomfoolery. All of these experiences, we understand, caused you great pain and instinctively mistrust of government as an employer. We, your government, have been working to rebuild that trust and confidence and mutual respect. As your Minister for Labor, I have been diligent and deliberate in that quest. I ask that you look carefully and objectively at all that we have done since 2022. And I know you will agree with me. Not once have we betrayed you. Not once have we neglected you. Not once have we reneged on an agreement with you. Not once have we tricked you. Not once have we tomfooled you. Therefore, we have given you no reason not to have trust and confidence in us, your government. And we have given you no reason to believe that in every action we take, we do not have your best interests at heart. Indeed, the fact is, in every action we take, we have your best interests at heart. That is why, comrades, I ask for your support for the steps taken in your best interests, including the matters relating to the amendment of the Labor Code. And no, it's not a new Labor Code. It is a code that was passed into law since 2016, but the previous administration were too incompetent or lazy to do what is right, to bring it into force. That is what we are going to be amending, together with some new progressive aspects, including extending maternity leave and introducing paternity leave for the first time in any country in the English-speaking Caribbean. Brothers and sisters, I take this opportunity to highlight only some of the actions that this administration has taken, or is taking, or has given the commitment to take. Has taken, is taking, or will take. And these steps are all intended to defend, protect, and improve the rights of workers while securing justice and fairness. Brothers and sisters, our track record, short track record, shows that on 1st January 2024, we successfully implemented the new minimum wages order. That increased wages for several categories of workers, including security officers, cleaners, caregivers, construction workers, hospitality workers, and clerical workers, and extending the protections to sanitation workers, media workers, and call center workers, which was never done before. Furthermore, brothers and sisters, this administration took the bold step equal pay for equal work. This, in fact, has been on the books for some time, but has never been rigorously implemented. These steps of ours secure justness and fairness by equalization of the minimum wages across gender, defending workers' rights, and ensuring that the fundamental principle of equal work for equal pay is realized. Brothers and sisters, through the discriminatory hiring practices of the previous administration, with all kinds and manners of contracts and engagements, a significant number of employees of government were without public sector pension. This NDC administration made a commitment to address this injustice, and we did, while securing the pension of existing workers. We did so within the laws, the confines of the existing Pension Act. In the treatment of public work sector pension, my government demonstrated its commitment to defending the rights, not to mention the constitutional rights of workers, while securing justice and fairness for all workers. We took the bold and transformative step of enacting the Public Sector Employees Pension Fund Act 2024. This act helps to create a more equitable and sustainable retirement system in Grenada by enhancing retirement security and ensuring that workers that were not previously entitled to a pension now have a secured source of income upon retirement. I know I hear a round of applause for that. Brothers and sisters, the result, all public sector workers and those at statutory bodies are guaranteed a pension on retirement. This ensures that workers maintain a decent standard of living and avoid poverty in their golden age, a cry that public sector workers made for over 40 years that went unheeded. This law also improves social equity by removing the disparity that existed between established and unestablished workers. It also promotes fairer and more inclusive social security system. And this, brothers and sisters, I will make bold to say, is the single most impactful piece of legislation passed since the NIS Act of 1983. Don't hear the truth and call it a lie. You're going to end up in hell. This new contributory pension plan will cover 3,600 government employees who were previously not included under the existing pension arrangement. Here's some statistics, brothers and sisters. To date, 2,556 workers are registered with the new pension plan, with a total monthly deductions of $4,676,584.56. Additionally, brothers and sisters, to secure their years of service, my government injected the sum of $11.3 million into this new pension fund, representing 100% of past service contributions. That, my brothers and sisters, is the transformation we promise. And to brothers and sisters, this is a clear demonstration of this government's defending the right of workers in a just and fair. Brothers and sisters, the government continues to honor its commitment to regularize public sector workers who previously had no job security. workers. These workers are persons holding PSC contracts, Government of Grenada contracts, ministry letters, and daily paid instruments. In addition, brothers and sisters, you heard one of the speakers say it earlier. Only a few weeks ago at our cabinet meeting on April 14th, we regularized another 224 teachers. Brothers and sisters, many of the people regularized in this process are being regularized with pension and retiring benefits under the 1958 law. Brothers and sisters, 1,771 positions are currently being validated for appointment. Allocated $22.7 million in this year's budget to cover the regularization exercise. That is in addition to the 11.3 already injected into the new pension fund. Brothers and sisters, this administration defended workers enrolled in the exploitative Imani program. We mandated that those engaged in the private sector be given full-time status. That is after we set those in the public sector on the regularization path by issuing them on the regularization path by issuing them with contracts of employment. Most private sector employers cooperated, and we thank them for this. For those who refused to cooperate, brothers and sisters, we removed the Imani workers from those workplaces. Yes, we removed the Imani workers from those workplaces. There were about 37 of them, and that is what the opposition trying to spin to make political mileage. But it won't work, brothers and sisters, because I know you, the workers, know exactly what is happening. To avoid hardship on these workers who we remove from these exploitative circumstances, we continue to pay them the stipend, which we bumped up to the minimum wage last year, while arrangements are being made to assist them with securing full-time jobs. We want them to enjoy the same rights and benefits of all workers because they do the same work in some instances as salaried workers. This administration is saying no to exploitation of persons enrolled in the Imani program. And this is another clear demonstration of us, your government, securing the rights of workers in a just and fair manner. Brothers and sisters, this government, your government, ensured that salary increases, increments, and fringe benefits for the year 2025, estimated at $1,299,410.64, that your unions negotiated on your behalf were honored on time. No marching in the sun, no marching in the rain, honored on time. Another clear demonstration, brothers and sisters, of this administration securing the rights of workers in a just and fair manner. Brothers and sisters, this administration resolved the painful issue left festering since 1995. I'm going to repeat that. Left festering since 1995 of pay and grade for our hard-working and dedicated members of the Royal Grenada Police Force. This was a legacy of neglect by the former administration that we had to fix. This adjustment took effect from 1st January 2025 at an estimated cost of $6.5 million, positively impacting over 1,000 members of the Royal Grenada Police Force. The average increase in pay for constables is estimated at $750.74 per month. Yet, brothers and sisters, another clear demonstration of this administration securing rights of workers in a just and fair manner. Brothers and sisters, this administration paid out I want you to listen carefully to this one now so you could tell your friends who have already gone for lunch, because some inaccuracies were peddled right here on this platform. Brothers and sisters, my administration paid out $168,000 in termination benefits to workers who were dismissed in Carriacou and Pidi-Martinique, who you commonly call the Carriacou Five, and $88,000 to former workers of the Ministry of Works. A total of $256,000, just over $250,000, not millions as falsely reported by the media and respectfully, irresponsibly repeated here today by the President of the Public Workers Union. Despite all the negative rhetoric bandied about in the media about political victimization, this administration, without political interference, abided by the recommendations of the Labor Commissioner in respect of these two disputes, without political interference, when the employer in this case, in these two cases, was the government, was your government. And we did not interfere in the resolution of the matter and abided the recommendations by the Labor Commissioner after she heard both sides. I want to place on record that the labor dispute resolution mechanism set out in the law is respected by this administration. We don't have no recommendations from the Labor Commissioner or the minister that is drafted and written on the 6th floor and sent back down, as happened in the past. Everything is resolved at the Ministry of Labor with the competent staff, the capacity of which we have built over the last 2 years. So those claiming that millions were paid out are either honestly mistaken or trying to rewrite history. Because we all know that millions were paid out for victimization and wrongful termination of public workers under the previous NNP government of Keith Mitchell and Emmeline Pear. That's what we know. They are the ones who had to pay millions to Richard Duncan, Gemma Bain Thomas, Irvin McQueen, Nolan Murray, Rachel Roberts, and many more. So let's not be misinformed or rewrite history. Brothers and sisters, rest assured that the ruling of the arbitration tribunal that was established under my watch, established by me to hear the trade dispute between Grenlec and Tau on behalf of Callista Braffett and Dwight Francis, will be honored. Officials from Grenlec have already articulated their commitment to honor and adhere to the results of the tribunal. Indeed, I would stand here and say they have no choice, because the arbitration agreement signed by both parties at Article 8.f, I think it is, provided for the finding of the tribunal to be final and binding. And this administration has not shown that it would allow for the laws to be flouted, and we do not intend to begin to do so. Brothers and sisters, the Labor Commissioner and her staff are allowed to do their jobs without political interference or fear of retribution. In 2024, the Department of Labor resolved 100 Mr. Mitchell, I want you to sit up and listen to what I'm about to say. The Department of Labor resolved 197 of the 217 disputes lodged with the department. 25 of those refer to trade disputes, trade unions, or companies with trade unions. The rest are individuals. We conducted 163 labor inspections, but before I tell you about the labor inspections, I want to address specifically a matter that Mr. Mitchell raised, that he says is languishing at the Ministry of Labor. The truth, brothers and sisters, is that the matter was fixed by the Labor Commissioner for treatment, for conciliation, and it was the lawyers of the Bank and General Workers Union who wrote to ask for the matter to be postponed because aspects of the dispute are in the courts. So please, come with truth. We don't mind licks, but we want fair licks. We want deserving licks. Don't come and try to make us look bad when the truth actually makes us look good. So, in addition to settling these disputes, we have conducted 163 labor inspections to ensure that employers comply with the laws of Grenada, the labor code, and occupational safety and health measures. More than any year in the history of the Labor Department. And this, my brothers and sisters, I say to you, is a clear demonstration of this administration securing the rights of workers in a just and fair manner. Brothers and sisters, occupational safety and health continues to be a priority for this administration. We recognize that a safe and healthy work environment is a fundamental principle and right at work that government as an employer is obligated to provide, as any other employer. We have demonstrated our commitment to fulfilling our obligations in this regard by improving the working environment of many government facilities. Let me remind you that we inherited a demoralized public service, broken system, and sick buildings, and this is true throughout the public service. We are also in the process of renovating and retrofitting many government facilities throughout that were approved in the 2025 budget. And I will just name a few, brothers and sisters. The Royal Grenada Police Force headquarters, that has been renovated and they've moved in and they love it. The Grenville Police Station, the SSU camp at Point Celine, those are being renovated. The fire station, this is in this budget cycle. The Victoria Police Station. Brothers and sisters, teachers, members of the GUT, listen to me. The Grenada Christian Academy is now being constructed. The Calise Government School, the Sacred Heart RC, the St. Andrews Anglican Primary School, the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, all in this year's budget, some already commenced. And so too, the Seventh-day Adventist Primary School at Archibald Avenue. Brothers and sisters, more on safe, healthy environments for our workers, recognizing issues of occupational safety and health. The Ministry of Finance is under renovation now. They just moved to the Galleria Mall temporarily so that those administrations, those ministries can be fixed. The Ministry of Legal Affairs has just moved in to spanking new facilities at the old NIS building. When I became Attorney General, I walked into a mold-infested office of the Attorney General with all the staff getting sick and with them saying, AG, yes, we have been asking about it. And I can tell you when I felt it, I walk in and your skin would start to itch. That is what Keith Mitchell and Emmeline Pear were doing to government workers. We moved out and had this new facility retrofitted, and the staff are now working comfortably and contented. The ministries of Foreign Affairs and Infrastructure, those were renovated. The Ministry of Education is in the process of being renovated. Other ministries located in the ministerial complex, including the Ministry of Health, the courthouses in Victoria and Grenville, all planned for this budget cycle. Brothers and sisters, as Minister for Labor, I have also mandated the Labor Advisory Board to review the recommendations that were sitting gathering dust since 2015 relating to occupational safety and health, so that by the end of this year, we should have a bill to take to Parliament regarding occupational safety and health. So no longer would we have to rely on the goodwill and conscience of employers to ensure that their workers have a safe system and space of work, but that they will be mandated by law to do so. And this, brothers and sisters, I say to you, is a clear demonstration of your administration, your government securing the rights of workers in a just and fair manner. Brothers and sisters, the Labor Advisory Board, under the stewardship of the Labor Commissioner and with participation from your trade union representative body, they are working diligently to ensure that the amendments to the Labor Code are relevant and tailored to the needs of the present labor market. We are in the very final stages of the process, brothers and sisters. We have a draft bill in hand. It is being proofread and will soon be sent to your unions for review. We have reached consensus, I can report to you, on all aspects except one little issue in relation to the dispute resolution mechanism. I am happy to announce the introduction under these amendments of paternity leave benefits for men and extension of maternity leave benefits for women, these were already approved by the National Insurance Board, and we thank them for this. Brothers and sisters, this revamped labor code will also feature a new dispute resolution mechanism, one that is accessible, easy, affordable, fast, and non-discriminatory. This system will also contribute to the rule of law and perform its functions impartially, independently, and professionally, and in a transparent and accountable manner. I ask you as your Minister for Labor and your Attorney General to trust us on this, that we will have a dispute resolution mechanism that will withstand the test of times and shocks. We hope to continue the dialogue with the trade unions because this is the only outstanding matter in relation to the amendments to the Labor Code. And brothers and sisters, these amendments to the Labor Code that we are going to bring to you are again demonstrative of your administration securing the rights of workers in a just and fair manner. Brothers and sisters, as I close, I take this opportunity to reaffirm this government's unwavering commitments to the workers of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique. Through our actions, we continue to demonstrate this. Significant progress has been made by us enacting legislation and strengthening policy and administrative and procedural frameworks to better your lives as workers. I thank you. I thank you for working with us in a constructive, productive, and non-confrontational manner over the last 2.5 years. And as we bring these benefits to all of our workers, we ask for, as President of the Public Workers Union said, an honest day's work for an honest day's pay. That's all we ask for. My comrades from the labor movement, Let us continue to work together to build and advance the lives of our workers. To the workers of this nation, this government will continue to take actions to secure your rights in a just and fair manner, in ways that no other administration has done in the past. Let us march forward together in solidarity to build a prosperous Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. Long live the workers of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. Viva la gente de la Cuba. Forward ever. I said forward ever. You have to say backward never loud because we're not going back to Keith Mitchell and Emmeline Pierre. Thank you and have a blessed day. Enjoy the rest of your Workers' Day.
Thank you very much, Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, we now need to hear from our president, the man tasked with the responsibility of leading the trade union movement, not just in Grenada, but across the Caribbean. It's my pleasure to invite Comrade Andre Lewis, President of the Grenada Trades Union Council, to address us today. Let's welcome the President.
Good afternoon, comrades. To be quite frank with you, after listening to my friend, the Minister for Labor, she has made it absolutely clear the concerns that we have expressed, where everything appears to be nice, but the elements that I'm going to address, which will show you and demonstrate you the subtle moves by the government to change fundamental issues that will impact the working class, that the government, including herself, in our ongoing discussions, is not recognizing the experience of the labor movement to identify the pitfalls with the amendments that the intellectuals and academicians of the petty bourgeoisie wants to bring upon us. Things that they started between 1990 and 1995 when they beat us on top Market Hill, right? The Essential Services Act. We got blows under the NDC for that. I have cautioned you for our discussion on this matter to be able to address these things fundamentally. The amendments that you are looking for to bring to the dispute resolution was drafted by the Answer Markles group when the NDC, no, it may not be, listen to me, the impact is the same. Yes, the impact is the same. And what is ironic and interesting, even if they didn't draft it for you, but once it is ending to the same result, it shows where your mind is. So I will address that. Comrades all, sisters and brothers, viewers and listeners, our people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique, workers throughout the world, comrades all, I bring you warm and fraternal greetings from the Grenada Trades Union Council on this International Working Day, defending workers' rights, we're building solidarity, securing justice and fairness as we march forward together. Comrades, this May Day in St. Mark, as has been said before, takes place on a very sad occasion when we have lost, through violence, a very good trade unionist, a young worker, a family man, which has had serious implications for the wider community, and also injured and hospitalized are members of workplaces, including Nawasa. We mourn with the family and look forward to a speedy recovery of all. And we call for a fair and thorough investigation into the matters. The GTUC salutes the resilient people of Carriacou, Petite Martinique, and the northern part of Grenada who was impacted by Hurricane Beryl. We recognize the continuous struggle to continue to recover because the people of Carriacou and Petit-Martinique were hardest hit. As a matter of fact, as we speak, and as we try to line up all our ducks, and as we try to say that we are doing everything proper, despite the information that some of the buildings that have been built back may not have been passed through the Public Development Authority. Yes, the Physical Development Authority. A number of our people still continue to sleep under tents and makeshift arrangements. Comrades, the GTUC is looking forward to celebrating May Day 2026 with our brothers and sisters on the Sister Isles of Carriacou. So we are encouraging everyone to prepare for next year as we look forward to going to Carriacou to celebrate May Day. We need to go to Carriacou. We have been right throughout Grenada. We have been right throughout mainland. And you know what is important? May Day is a Friday, so the next day, a Saturday, is not a normal working day. Thanks to the labor movement, thanks to May Day that was able to bring the 8-hour-a-day working day and the recognition of Sundays and Saturdays as not normal working days. Comrades, we speak for all workers, unionized or not. The labor movement has brought the following benefits: the formation of political parties, paid annual vacation leave, paid maternity leave, security of employment after pregnancy, health insurance, severance pay, credit unions, contributed towards adult suffrage, trade union recognition, the setting of minimum standards for workers through the labor code, and for the avoidance of doubt, equal pay for work of equal value is a permanent feature of the current Grenada labor code. For the avoidance of doubt, equal pay for work of equal value came about after Comrade Maurice Bishop and the Grenada Revolution visited the then Bellevue Estate in St. Andrew, and one of the female workers pointed out that in spite of the fact that they were doing similar job to men, they were paid less. And that commitment was given by Comrade Bishop and the Revolution, and that law was brought into place. Comrades, let us look at the industrial relations climate. The industrial relations clouds are starting to feel heavier with possible threat of bad weather. This bad weather can be avoided, and it can be avoided if the government does not allow itself to be influenced by those anti-union, anti-worker elements that are forever bent on fighting and seeking to exploit the working class. This government continues to exploit the workers by violating Section 29(5) of the Employment Act. So when I listen to Comrade Minister of Labor speaking about the phased approach to regularization of permanency, a violation of the law is a violation of the law. A violation of the law is a violation of the law, and it definitely follows, as was said on the campaign trail. So one of the commitments that has not been kept is by the stroke of a pen that all workers shall be made permanent. That has not happened by even your own admission. You have spoken about over 4,000 workers who are on contract or not regularized, and in all about what, 500 and something or thereabouts have been made? Recognizing that you have failed. The law is clear. Why are we continuing to violate the law? The TUC notes the recent settlement arrived between the government of Grenada and the Carriacou 5, represented by the GPW and other workers who were unfairly dismissed based on political victimization, following the general elections of June 2022. While this settlement is welcome, comrades, GTUC notes with concern that these workers' preference from day one was to have been employed, but obviously they have been dismissed. The case have not been heard for a while. So as negotiators, you reach settlement by saying, well, bad blood has already flown under the bridge. Let us get paid, and go. But if you quiz these workers, and that is why the fight was taken up from day one, because bad-minded employers, what they tend to do is to take industrial action, because by dismissing workers, that's industrial action. Industrial action is not only when we strike, you know. Industrial action is not only when we wear our red T-shirt, or when we go on go-slows. In violation of the industrial agreement, has to do when the employer triggers these unlawful acts. Comrades, our comrade, president leader, newly minted president of the Grenada Public Workers Union, but a stalwart in the labor movement, a seasoned trade unionist, clearly indicated, and it may have been genuinely misunderstood, that when she spoke about the $1 million or close thereabouts, paid out because of political victimization, was not just limited to the Carriacou 5. It had to do with the settlements coming out of political victimization. So we have the case. So, Madam Minister, when you add up and you came close to $250,000 or $500,000, you need to add the settlement arrived at through the court by Simony Chambers. Because we represent and speak for all workers. And there are other matters outstanding. And the labor movement is confident that the action taken through political victimization will result in Grenada having to pay more money to these workers when the matters are resolved. And it is this context, I'm confident that my comrade sister, president of the Grenada Public Workers Union, is stalwart And therefore, we call on that this anti-union approach, because in many circles, we do believe that this is a deliberate approach, deliberate attempt based on those who are leading this administration, given our track record with them. This is a deliberate approach to deunionize the workplace and to try to make the unions look irrelevant. But we know that this too shall fail. Some further possible signs that creating the possibility of bad weather. So let's go through them. The government's continued refusal to pay the wages of the former faith workers dating back to July, August of 2022. If you're speaking about it, it's not a political approach. If you're speaking about the past administration, you had to come and undo the bad that they did. Why not pay the faith workers? The faith workers, you send them home. You say, allow Emlyn P and others because they had a company that you had concern about. Well, deal with the company. But the workers worked. And we know that you know that. We know that there are people within the administration who knew that they had to pay the workers. But as a means of continued political victimization, you are refusing to pay these workers. So let's speak about political victimization. Because for us in the labor movement, whether it's 500 workers, whether it's 50 workers, whether it's 5 workers, or whether it is 1 worker, an injustice to one is an injustice to all. And therefore, pay the faith workers. Comrades, I sat in the parliament. I sat in the Senate when the current Minister for Social Development proudly boasted. And I clapped, and my hand got pink and red because I clapped, and I felt so good. When the Minister of Social Development said that the $150 that the then NNP government had put on in 2022, which their claim was for political reasons, that may have expired in December 2022, that they will make it permanent. I clapped and I clapped. But they have not been paid. You took it away from January 2023 or 2024, 2023. So even if they got 200 after, you still owe them 150 retroactively. And therefore what we are calling for, and we support Comrade Rollo. We support Comrade Rollo daily cry. And you can hear the emotion. They have not been paid retroactive from that. Yes, they may have gotten more, but they got more long after. But they were denied that promise, that commitment that was given from January 2023. I sat in the parliament. I'm not saying what I heard people say. And that's a fact. So let us not try to spin it as to when you were promised it in the Senate, in the law, in the highest decision-making body, where laws are passed. The possible unilateral attempt by the government to amend the labor code. She had to hurriedly come to us because she went and made an announcement. It passed through cabinet and is now going, it will be brought to Parliament. So we wrote, and we wrote. And then because we spoke publicly, a meeting was hurriedly called with us. But we went. But the government has an approach that they do not respect the experience of the labor leaders to indicate what are the implications of the changes that they intend to make. To make Grenada more business friendly and to have peace. That's what the minister had said a few months ago. She said in the interest of industrial peace. And you know what they have been trying to do? The laws are intended, you see like how the Public Workers Union and the Grenada Union of Teachers in particular was able to grind and grind and grind until we get what we wanted. They want to change the laws so that when you go through the process, then the next thing will be arbitration. And then we know what happens. And we know what's the impact of that. So teachers, when we were able to fight for years, and the government rode that pension horse, and that government rode the docking of the salaries horse to come into office, they are trying to kill that horse. That's what they're trying to do. Because while they are there, they do not want that to happen. So laws are amended. Comrades, many times laws are put in place by the ruling class to secure their interests. So even if they give us something here that is due to us, and when they give us our pension, and they did not give us our pension, comrades, we fought for that. Jude, your pension song. Remember that, comrades? We fought for that. We marched the streets for that. The law, the court ruled in our favor. The government upheld the law. And I dare say, and many of us know, that thanks to the election. Remember, there is a reckoning that comes every 5 years or less. And it is because of the election that this matter has not been appealed. And we have patience. Patience is a virtue. Comrades, the government's consideration to remove the Minister of Labor or lessen her role in the Ministry of Labor. Comrade, let me give you a historical fact. In December of 2011 and January of 2011-2012, when the Grenada Technical and Allied Workers Union were locked in battle with the Grenada Breweries Limited, that is owned and controlled by Ansa McCall, the company boldly and officially stated in the presence of the then Prime Minister and Minister of Finance and the Minister of Labor and the Labor Commissioner that they will not come before the Minister for Labor because the Minister for Labor, then Honorable Glennis Charles, and Comrade Peter David and them, right in the NDC, were considered to be, and rightly so, friends of workers. And they felt that there were political considerations. And they said that they had not come in. And they refused to come. And you know what the then government do? The then government bowed and genuflected to them and brought two priests to be arbitrators to hear the matter. Could you imagine that? This company dictated to the NDC administration, and that is what we are seeing developing with this subtle approach. And comrades, we know, Minister, I'm tempted to accept that you don't know. I'm saying I'm tempted to accept that you don't know. But we know that the Ministry of Labor has been checked very early after the Grenada election of 2022 to make those amendments from higher up, from upstairs. From upstairs. Because in April of 2022, a few months before the election, the current Prime Minister, then leader of NDC, was representing workers at the Ministry of Labor. We didn't say anything. And he said that he needed to distance that politically. So what we are seeing here, comrades in the labor movement, I'm telling you, what we are seeing here is what the leaders from Spice Island Beach and the other bourgeoisie in the South were calling for, because they are reluctant to come before a minister, and even you, minister, if I'm not mistaken, I would not be surprised if you're not coming under some real fire already from the private sector, right? And they may even look at what they do with you come next election. Because so far, for one reason or the other, you have spoken out on a number of pro-workers issue, and we know what has happened. So this amendment, even if that's not the intention of the ministry, but that's what it will result in. Government, listen to the next one, comrades. Government's recruitment of anti-worker personnel from the private sector to serve on statutory bodies and to lead negotiations against workers. The private sector leaders who were fighting the private sector unions in the major companies in Grenada, together with the leading corporate law firm in Grenada, are now in bed together with the government. The government brought them in, and they are questioning some of our union leaders' certificate and right to represent workers that they have been doing for years and years and years. It's the fact, it is the truth. It's the fact and it's the truth. And they are representing the workers or the government negotiations and public sector statutory bodies. Because the attempt is similar to what Elon Musk have done in the United States, where Donald Trump has brought in this private sector man to try to cripple the movement. And they are just dismissing workers. And in Grenada, so look at it. So I hear all the issues that has been achieved. And we must salute the government for the positive things that they have done. But remember, the mantra of the workers and the mantra of the union is not just to take what we get and feel comfortable. It is to continue to fight for betterment and to fight for what has not been given to us that we earned. Attempts. Comrades, it is not by chance that we have seen the withholding of the Grenada Public Workers Union dues. That's a serious matter. And no cabinet secretary, no individual can do that on their own. Under the letterhead of the official cabinet. Don't forget that Honorable Tillman Thomas, when a minister was accused of using a letterhead for other matters, we know what the consequences were. We know what the consequences were. And it is not by chance Because I tell you, if the government had succeeded in this, the private sector has been lining up to do that because they are trying to weaken the labor movement. Comrades, the bypassing of the unions for discussion with workers is a serious matter. It is, look, during the NDCs and colleagues or progressive comrades within the NDC, and if there are those that continue to want to hold on to the mantra of representing workers, because many of the current people in the NDC struggled with us over the years, you know, and they took hard and radical actions against the past administration, and we applauded them for that. We applauded them for that. But if you want to continue to do that and to ensure that you bring benefit to workers, do not allow yourself to be used. So it is not by chance that Hubbards were trying to take away profit sharing. It is when, because there is a feeling that the NDC is more amenable to responding to private sector requests. These things are tried, and it's the labor movement that will have to stop that. We see the St. George's University continued refusal to pay severance pay to all workers who they refuse to allow to come back to work. That goes back to 2021. Spice Island Beach, a 5-star or 6-star, 7-star hotel. But I should allow the public to know that a meeting is expected to be held with the senior manager or so of Spice Island Beach next week Friday. And Tau remains hopeful because one thing that is known is that the labor movement will not give up on any matter that is outstanding. Comrades, while we applaud and while we recognize that the government has obeyed the court, well, partially, and restored the pension, 1958 pension, there are positions within the public service that have qualified for the 1958 pension, but they have not honored it. You know why? So let us take the nurses as a typical example. We all will agree that the profession of nursing falls under established public officers. That's a fact. That's a historical fact. But you refuse to make them permanent. And by refusing to make them permanent, you are denying them the 1958 pension. And the reform that you came with says that anybody who became or becomes permanent after January 1st, 2025 will fall under the reform pension. So there'll be no 1958 for them. And that is why you are refusing to make them permanent. You are exploiting these workers and the other workers within the public service. The cleanest thing to have done was to have resolved the issue of those who are entitled to the pension. Comrades, let us also understand that whereas the administration speaks about the new approach is designed to prevent workers, the unestablished workers who were not entitled to or never received a pension in the past, from retiring into poverty. Let us examine the following. The current reform pension says that any worker who is age 50 and above in the service and who have given over 15 years of service shall not be entitled to the new reform pension. So they continue to retire in poverty. They continue to retire in poverty. So it is not correct. It is absolutely false to indicate that you have solved the issue of retirees retiring into poverty. And these will be a sizable amount of workers. So if your intention is to rectify that, we are using this occasion, as I've done in the Senate, to call on the state to ensure that these workers are paid for their years of service, that they did not receive in the past, and they continue to retire and get, even if it is the new pension that they were not entitled to in the past. Comrades, it is very heartening, and we need to have May Day more regular. We need to have May Day celebration more regular in the year. And Comrade Jude, we need to have teachers' annual convention more regular in the year. Because every time we have those activities, the government comes with a major announcement. So a few days before the Minister of Education comes up to address the teachers, they announce, okay, 200-something teachers will be made permanent. That's good. We here at May Day, we are hearing the announcement that Grenlec arbitration matter will be resolved or is resolved, but we have not been informed. And since you are violating the law, the company is violating the law, because the arbitrators said forthwith, which means immediately. And I can tell you, Minister, can tell you that, and you know, that this management there has been bad-minded, that while they refuse to take back the 2 workers, and we know they must, because the Technical Allied Workers Union and the workers of Grenada will not sit idly by and allow that to happen. They have gone ahead and violated the commitment of the minister and hired the worker that they were taking back to replace Comrade Dwight. We know that one of the reasons why this matter was not resolved, there has been contradictions and conflicts and internal differences, because there is a wing within the administration that is pushing not to obey the results, because they are private sector driven. And they are concerned, they want to use Grenlec, right, to advance their cause. And the minister and others will have to explain to the public why is it that the state majority controlled Grenlec has been able to flaunt the orders of the arbitrators. But we hear the commitment today, given on May Day, that all workers, the 2 workers, and the complete recommendation and orders of the arbitration tribunal, which I dare say was signed off and agreed upon by all 3 arbiters. 1, nominated by the Minister for Labor and agreed by the 2 parties. 1, nominated by Grenlec in its own deliberate judgment. 1, nominated by the Technical Allied Workers Union in its own deliberate judgment. All 3 agreed that the company was wrong and the company should take back the workers. And we shall keep pounding that, and it's our expectation. Because the union wrote that we expected this matter to be resolved during the week of the 22nd, that's last week. So don't hold the unions and the workers responsible if anything was to happen. However, we stand on the public commitment of the Minister for Labor, who is also the Attorney General, who found wisdom to admit that the Carriacou 5 was not properly treated. Yes? Comrade, the Grenada Ports Authority matter that has been addressed by our comrades from Seamen. Seamen wrote to start negotiations since last year. Let me repeat that. Seamen wrote to start negotiation with the Grenada Ports Authority since last year. They have been refusing to meet. And then when workers take industrial action, next thing you will hear is that we're quick and hot and sweaty. But all of this is linked to the new negotiation guru, private sector-oriented anti-worker gurus that the government has brought in to want to frustrate workers and want to rewrite agreements, something that they tried at SGU and other workplaces to try to change the whole collective agreement when the white men had to turn around and say, no, it's not fit enough. What you're saying is not making sense. Comrades, I'm cautioning you all. We know what is coming. Comrades, as we speak, workers at the Grenada bus terminus is not aware as to where their fate lie or what is happening with the Grenada bus terminus. As we speak, the Technical Allied Workers Union wrote the management of the port, and the port has said clearly that they do not have any clue of what is happening. Yes, still we hear all kinds of different public pronouncements. And that is why we are saying that this government is developing and has developed and may want to continue to develop an arrogant approach where they want to talk down to the decision making. In this process, we will not allow those things to happen. Very quickly, comrades, the aspect of the argument of productivity, saying that the unions and workers are not contributing towards productivity. Comrades, managers are paid thousands upon thousands of dollars to manage. They have been paid to put systems in place to manage. We are willing, and we have done, and we have in collective agreements, issues that will lead to productivity, but don't hold us responsible. When you promote people, as the Public Workers Union and others have said, even within the public service, people who can't say what is A from B, right, who do not know how to manage, who do not know that training is not an expense, but it's an investment, right? Training is an investment. Provision of tools is an investment. It's not an expense, right? When the aspect of public transport has not been addressed and workers are coming to work late, when the work aspect of public transportation is not addressed, and our sisters, especially from the hotel sector in the south, where the millionaires leave through the hard sweat of our members, can't reach home early in the night, have to be exposed to risk and threat, and they can't get up early to come back to work because they have to make their way home through dangerous territories. It must contribute to low productivity, and we need to address those things structurally. You know, as we can find money to do everything. What is difficult? As we have a pilot project, and the government must be complimented for putting a pilot project for the students, for the workers, who is the productive sector. What are you doing with transport for them? We can find money to spend here, there, and everywhere, as some say like a piggy bank. Once something goes up on social media, there is a jump to do it and then post it. But the fundamental issues are not addressed. Comrade, the Marketing and National Important Board. We will hate to believe that this government will move away from the mantra of the Marketing and Important Board and its importance to the microeconomy of Grenada. Not the micro, not just its books, but the macro impact of what it means for farmers, what it means for families, what it means for guaranteed of being able to purchase products, right? To put that in the hands of a private sector driven and led orientation organization in which it will be the maximization of profit. And therefore it shows where we are heading. Marketing board must be looked at its importance in terms of the macro impact, just as how we have failed at Marsh-up Liat, and we are recognizing the impact of Liat. And I use this occasion to call upon the government. Most other Caribbean governments have done that. They have paid the severance pay of the former Liat workers. We have written to this government. We have written twice, and we have not had the courtesy and an official response to make this payment to the workers. And we call upon the government to pay these workers. Comrades, the minister have addressed certain legislative changes, but we look forward to the following legislative changes, and the labor movement has been involved in the ongoing discussion. The labor code has been discussed at the level of the Labor Advisory Board. Despite the fact that the Privy Council pointed out what needs to be done to allow workers to get to the court, and the fact that we are the unions that took the matter to the court, and the Privy Council. The ministry and the minister and the government is refusing to make just this simple change that we have asked for, because they are using this as a Trojan horse. They are using this as a Trojan horse to try to get a wider amendment that the private sector want. Amendment to dispute resolution. That's what they have been fighting for. So they are using that as a Trojan horse. Since January of 2022, the Privy Council made this recommendation. And Labour has been calling for that. We have even proposed the amendment. We have been advised by our legal counsel what the amendments should be. But there is this refusal by the administration to make the changes. We have proposed to the government that on all the matters in the Labour Code, about 98% we have reached agreement on. Let's roll along with that. Why is it that the government is holding out to get this change that they want? Comrades, you know why? Because there are different phases of influence within the seat of power. Just as how Labour tried to influence, just as the private sector is doing that. And that's understandable. That is why before the election, the private sector will invest thousands or probably millions of dollars in campaign. Labour don't have money, Labour have votes. So I want us to understand and to dig deeper as to the reason why the government is not accepting to come and take the political mileage in the houses, both houses, up and lower, for amendment to the code that was started by the past administration. And they are holding that back with the possibility of a fallout between the labor movement and the NDC. Let me repeat that. Just as so you all beat us on top Market Hill in 1994 thereabouts, on the amendments to the Labor Code, the Essential Services Act, this is a furtherance, because the compromise that was arrived at was that there are limited companies that will be identified. We did not support it, but it was passed. This is the completion of that journey, the completion of that journey that the bourgeoisie class wants, and the government is holding back and running the risk of whatever goodwill that there is with the labor movement for what they have done and continue to do on fundamental rights. Because you see, what the bourgeoisie know is that if they have their disciples and their apostles in the seats of power, they will not be there forever. And therefore, there are certain fundamental changes that they want to get now. And therefore, if it means running the risk of creating further friction between the movement and the government. If there is a change in government, then the changes in the legislation is already passed. And the political thinkers within the NDC, those who won the battle on the ground, those who were in the trenches and understand the struggle, please bear that in mind. Amendment to 66.1, the aspect of sexual harassment at the workplace, enacting domestic legislation in keeping with the ILO Convention, occupational safety and health, which is now a fundamental right, a fundamental principle under the ILO. The question of minimum wage. So, comrades, the minister, in a usual, upfront manner, through the challenge, will say, well, so I've addressed some of these issues, so let me address the minimum wage. And we applaud the minimum wage, totally. And we applauded the government for that. But this administration, in order to address, and you see, the NDC has been accused in the past of having a look-down attitude at what you call ordinary workers, right? So let's examine it. The Wages Advisory Committee recommended the following: that agricultural workers, that we claim should be the backbone of the economy, that we have recognized that there is not an enthusiasm for the workers to go and work in the fields, to do agriculture, that we need to get them more enthused to go. And we agreed, and the government advanced, that we want to improve and increase all minimum wage. So the recommendation from the Wages Advisory Board was that agricultural workers will be guaranteed $60 for a minimum of 5 hours, meaning that if they go to work and they work 5 hours in the day, so they work from 7 to 12, or they work from 8 to 1, or they work from 6 to 11, and the employer doesn't want them to remain, they go home and they get $60. Now, 60 divided by 5. Teacher Kenny, if my maths is right, that's about $12. Right. So that's $12 an hour. What the cabinet has done, in keeping with the campaign promise of that agricultural workers are lazy, they said so. They said that they're going to work and they're coming back early, right? And they will extend their working hours to 8 hours a day, but that's okay. But pay them for the 8 hours. But what they have done, without even going back to the Wages Advisory Committee, they left the $60, they remove the guaranteed 5 hours, and they say 8 hours at $60. No, Comrade Kenny, 60 divided by 8 is about $7.00. Isn't this a reduction? So you have reduced the minimum wage of agriculture workers. No, the farmers may not be doing that because the farmers have a conscience. And the farmers also know that if they decide to do that, the workers may not work. But let the government explain. The Bank and General Workers Union has consistently raised that because they're agriculture or estate workers. It has been told to them there's a cabinet decision. And in cabinet, we have good mathematicians, we have statisticians, we have good people that could divide. And they must know that what they have done is to reduce. So it's the first administration within the scheme of what they have been boasting about doing that have reduced agricultural workers' pay. How do you expect workers who want to go there and work? How do you expect? And we have that duty of care to speak for all workers. And then we condemn very strongly those elements within the employer class who took vengeance against the workers because of the increased minimum wage and sent some home. And some of them still probably want to refuse to pay. And the argument was not that they were not making a profit, but that they don't want to pay the workers more. Comrades, the regularization of the workers has been that Achilles heel of this government. We recognize the ongoing efforts of the Ministry of Labor to upgrade its human resources capacity. And just as how the minister told us that we can't tell the Prime Minister what to do, when we identify that one of the major problems within the Ministry of Labor is that you have the Minister for Labor holding the position of Attorney General, holding the position of Consumer Affairs. That is taking up a lot of our time. So a lot of the problems in the ministry, right, has to do with the aspect of not enough time. So we have recommended that the ministry be given the seriousness that is done and probably make our current Minister of Labor the full-time minister. But the minister has advised us that we might be out of place to tell the Prime Minister what to do. And I thought we was in a democracy. If we recognize the challenges that are there, we can identify them. Comrades, we condemn in the strongest possible manner the vile attempt by the United States of America to attack our Cuban comrades and brothers and sisters in terms of the internationalist approach to our medical assistance. Cuban comrades, we salute you, and we thank you for all that you have done and continue to do to all the world, right? And we will stand with you. You are not involved in human trafficking. Look at the Cuban workers there. These are medical personnel who have been helping us. These are construction and engineer workers who have been helping us. You think that anybody could traffic them in human? Come on, colleagues. We condemn that attack by the United States. We say that there is a continued need to address the national health insurance so that all will have access to health care. We are very concerned about the low level of employment within the youth. We know that sport is a vehicle, and therefore we salute all the athletes who represented Grenada at Carafta and for making us proud. We also single out and pay homage to our national hero, an exemplary of a human being, an authentic sample, Dr. Kirani Jaguar Zeno James, on his discipline, commitment, and dedication. This is a brother who continues to fly Grenada flag on the international scene, right? And we can learn from him. Comrade, the question of agriculture. And it appears that, so apart from reducing the workers' pay, agricultural workers' pay, my dear brother and friend and comrade, Senator Roderick Sinclair, has been crying, has been bending, has been begging for the government to address the issue of predial assignee. He has come with private members' bills and questions and resolutions, one after the other, and the government is not responding positively. What is difficult about that? There are all the other major bills that have been made. Why is it that the farmers are not being tended to? So we call upon the government to address that matter urgently. National Transport Service. Comrade, the government must address this matter urgently to address these matters. As we take a look at the global front, the potential impact of the USA unilateral tariff and cost. Because, you see, when bourgeois economics, the invisible hand in the market, that will determine cost of living and etc. Is Donald Trump and is the bourgeoisie and the capitalists who rob the treasuries and the banks in the United States and England and things that brought about the 2008 crisis that caused us to be where we are today. You know, here are invisible hands. It's the capitalist hands. The threat on immigrants in the USA, comrades, we have to watch out. This is all part of racism. And we have to ensure they enjoy the same rights and privilege and benefits as workers, because those who want to look down on people, a worker is a worker. A worker is a worker, and that is why we say workers of the world unite. We didn't say workers of Grenada unite. We didn't say workers of public workers unite. We didn't say workers of Grenada unite. We say workers of the world unite. Workers of Grenada unite. And as long as we stretch our hand for pay. And as long as we exchange our labor for pay, we are members of the working class. And we must give our solidarity whichever part of the world that there is. Comrades, the current Minister for Labor just recently chaired the Ministers of Labor meeting in Guyana, and there are matters that we will address when we go to the ILO, the International Labour Conference in June of this year, matters concerning the platform economy, where they want us to believe that gig workers are not workers too, and they want to exploit them. But the labor movement and most of the governments, and I must dare say that the government has green is law rather than a regulation. The question of and taking on board all attempts, and we have given our commitment to the Caribbean Congress of Labor, which is an official arm, has been signed on as an associate member of CARICOM, that was signed recently. Those policy decisions are made. So we had that experience working together in Grenada. We know each other, and we know our history in Grenada, and that is why we can hold our own, whichever part of the world that we go. Comrades, we salute Captain Ibrahim's revolutionary journey to use their own resources for the benefit of the people in Africa. Long live Captain! Long live our African brothers and sisters, and we can feel that reawakening of the 70s and the 60s when we are taking the destiny in our hands. Turn it back, and we condemn all those who are joining to assassinate him. The Grenada Trades Union Council salutes the people and government of Cuba. Thanks and appreciation for your solidarity. You don't send bombs, as Fidel said. You don't send warplanes. You don't send missiles. And you have the capacity to do that. You have the technology to do that. You are bright. You have been able to develop vaccines and other medical treatment for the world to cure diseases. And therefore you could have developed nuclear weapons. And therefore you could have bombed and send bombs and kill. But you know what you do? You give your blood, sweat, and tears to our brothers in Africa, in Angola. And you play that leading role to the defeat of apartheid. And when Africa is free, we are free. So you don't send bombs. But just as how you on the international airport, just so your blood is intertwined, all parts of the world. Be it Ebola, be it COVID, you go out and you brave the weather. In other words, you don't stay and send medicine. You don't put it in a container and ship it. But in the spirit of Comandante Ernesto Che Guevara, we've continued his commitment as medical practitioners, understanding that the guns and the bayonets and the booby traps are means through which, in those periods, that we achieve liberation. But after the liberation, we have to build, and we have to build our health care. A sick worker is not a well worker. A sick or unhealthy worker is not a healthy worker. And that is why it is education you build upon. That is why in our schools in Grenada and throughout the Caribbean and in Latin America and in Africa, you can find Cubans in medicine, Cubans in education. And yes, comrades, we know that your material coexistence, existence in Cuba is challenging. But you are beyond that. It is your commitment. They could only kill your body, but not your mind. You have demonstrated that. You have demonstrated that in spite of and the quality of life that you are facing in Cuba is as a direct result of the U.S. criminal blockade. It's a direct result of that. But you have not bowed and you will not bow. Just as how Fidel never bowed, and just as how Che never bowed, and just how Camilo never bowed. Your current leaders will not bow. Because your current leaders and your leaders to come are outcomes of the society. So we commend you and we salute you, our Cuban brothers and sisters who marches every May Day with us in the hot sun. You know, they don't look for special treatment. Here they are sitting, disciplined. The first set of workers, when we are late, they are an hour before us waiting on the transportation. And they sit and they wait. And that's discipline. Thank you very much, comrades. The Grenada Trades Union Council thank the people and government of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela and the People's Republic of China for your continued assistance. The GTUC calls for the unconditional lifting of the embargoes against Cuba and Venezuela. The Grenada Trades Union Council calls for an end to violence in Haiti and the restoration of peace as they seek to take control of their destiny. We must blame France for the problems in Haiti. And it's not because Haiti is black. Haiti is free today because they're black. The first successful revolution against slavery was led by our Haitian brothers and sisters. And we are free today because of Haiti. We call for the United States, Britain, France, Germany, and the others from continue to arm Israel for them to continuously murder, mercilessly kill ordinary Palestinian people. Where else will they go? Where else will they go? We must condemn that in the strongest possible manner. And we say thank you to our brothers and sisters in the diaspora. Comrades, before I go there, the Grenada Trades Union Council announces that following the devastation of the living quarters of some of our brothers and sisters in St. Patrick a few years ago, where they lost their homes to fire, we have contributed to the rebuilding of that home by making a generous contribution from some of our unions. And as we speak, one of the homes is now completely covered through the assistance of the Grenada Trade Union Council, and the others will be covered over the next few weeks. So we need to note that we are involved in all aspects of the life of our community. So we have made that contribution to the committee in St. Patrick that is spearheading that. Comrades, I remain and we remain eternally hopeful in the goodness of the working class, the goodness of the masses. Let us, dear comrades, further recommit ourselves to the making of a better Grenada and a better world. In the spirit of Fedor and Butler, in the spirit and ideals of the Grenada Revolution, not a day without a struggle. Long live the Grenada Trades Union Council. Long live the working class. Long live the workers of the world. Workers of the world unite. Forward ever. Forward ever. Comrades, enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you very much. I salute you once again. Thank you. Long live.
Long live the president of the Grenada Trades Union Council, Comrade Andre Lewis. Thank you very much, Comrade President. Brothers and sisters, you've had a comprehensive exposition of the state of the land, of the lay of the land, as it relates to industrial matters in Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique, and by extension, some of what is happening and the impact regionally and internationally. Thank you very much, Comrade President. We are almost to the end, but there are two very important matters that we must deal with. One is the recognition of the contribution of a comrade who is the recipient of the 2025 May Day Celebrations Award. This year's award, comrades, goes to the Honorable Cyril St. Louis of the Grenada Seamen and Waterfront Workers Union. And I want to invite Comrade St. Louis to come forward as the award will be presented by our president. Comrade St. Louis has been a dedicated member of the GSWWU and has consistently demonstrated an unwavering commitment to the principles of hard work, solidarity, and advocacy for workers' rights. His efforts have significantly contributed to the empowerment and unity of our workforce. As a shining example of dedication and perseverance, we believe Comrade St. Louis' recognition during this esteemed celebration will inspire others to hold the values that strengthen and uplift our community. Ladies and gentlemen, we invite Comrade St. Louis to come forward, and our president, Comrade Andre Lewis, to come to make that presentation.
Comrade, it is indeed my honor and privilege, on behalf of the Grenada Trades Union Council, GTUC, awarded to Brother Cyril St. Louis in recognition of your outstanding contribution to the labor movement. May Day celebrations 2025, St. Mark, May 1st.
Thank you very much, comrades. And just before we move to the vote of thanks, brothers and sisters, I must let you know that I have before me the results of today. Amassing 353 points in fourth position. Amassing 413 points, we have the Grenada Public Workers Union. Ladies and gentlemen, in second position, with a total of 422 points, we have the Grenada Technical and Allied Workers Union. And ladies and gentlemen, comrades all, the winners of the 2025 May Day March Past Parade on the streets of Victoria, Sunset City, is none other. Happy am I to say that I shall be biased in sharing the results that are before me in saying that the Grenada Union of Teachers is the winner with a total of 466 points of the 2025 May Day March. President, could you step forward? And President Lewis, could you come forward to make that presentation on our behalf, please?
I don't want Brother Andre lifting with me. That is for the Grenada Union of Teachers, the best union in Grenada, Carriacou, and Pidi Matnik, whether they like it or not. Teachers, make some noise. Make some noise. GUT power, teachers power, every day, every hour. Long live the Grenada Union of Teachers. Brother Kenny, come and raise it with me. Where's the chair of the Shop Steward Council? Sister Kenjo Baptist. Thank you.
All right, President Jude. Ladies and gentlemen, we have had a very full day at this celebration, and a good one at that. And so, it's my pleasure to invite to the microphone a young trade unionist, someone who is no stranger to the microphone, no stranger to the cameras. But today, she will be baptized in the frontline trade union activity. It is my pleasure to invite to the microphone, brothers and sisters, comrades all, Comrade Rhea Murray.
Thank you for the warm welcome. Good afternoon, everyone. And it's a pleasure for me to deliver the vote of thanks here today. It's my first May Day as a unionized worker. Thank you to our Minister of Labor, Senator the Honorable Claudette Joseph, for being here to commemorate and reflect on this important day. And just to remind us all that workers' rights are forever. Thank you to the other government ministers, parliamentary representatives, dignitaries, and specially invited guests present with us. Thank you, President of the Grenada Trades Union Council, Brother Andre Lewis, and the presidents of the various unions for their thoughtful and sobering messages, causing us to reflect on the challenges ahead and our strength as a collective. Thank you to all the various organizers and volunteers for your continued service, ensuring May Day is a success year after year. Thank you to our chairman, Brother Kenny James, for keeping the program flowing smoothly. Thank you, Reverend Kiba Coffey, for welcoming God's presence here today, and to Sister Janelle Augustine for a beautiful rendition of our national anthem. To the judges who judged the march past, thank you to you. Special thanks to the Royal Grenada Police Force for keeping things going smoothly here today. Thank you to the people of Victoria for welcoming us, and most importantly, to you, our workers. Thank you for coming out in your numbers to show strength in solidarity. Thank you, everyone, and do have a safe journey to your places of fellowship and celebration. Long live the workers of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. Long live the Grenada Trades Union movement. Thank you.
Long live, long live. Sister, I am happy that you're now a unionized worker. The trade union movement will make excellent use of you. Very well. And so, as the chairman, let me thank you for moving such an excellent vote of thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, this is it. This is it. We thank you. We thank those of you who have joined us via the various social media platforms for being there and walking through with us as we celebrated defending workers' rights, rebuilding solidarity, securing justice and fairness as we march forward together. Thank you, thank you, thank you. God bless you. Long live the workers of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. Long live the people of Cuba. Long live the GTUC. Forward ever. Forward ever. Forward ever. Blessings on you. Enjoy the rest of what's left of International Workers' Day.